Stink. Ke tlo ba umfana wa style le nna.
E re le communist le iso ko lona le rekang ko teng. Sa le communist le re ke le iso ko le rekang ko teng.
Mara ke batla wa bona Brajo yena style sa e se yang sharp man. Ke batla se sa hao.
Ah no. Re tla ya.
Sharp. Promise.
Brasox wa tla re Brajo ana style.
No, ke sa Brajo si too advanced for nna man. That's what I'm saying.
I'm tell straight ukuthi akana style man.
Ah, sa Brajo si too advanced for nna. I wanna say this style sa locationing wa bo se sa go page. Ke ngi page o page.
Panyaza.
Ke pheli Brasox, pheli indaba.
Pheli indaba, sa go pheli. Ke batla sa go pheli.
Brasox.
Yena picket. E picket.
Brasox. Ore mbofana.
Yena picket.
Ore.
Sharp.
E Panyaza ha o sa ja ditweba na. Ha o sa ja ditweba.
Ah no, tsa za ditweba manese.
Akere swalo se ya no swalo se krile promotion ya no. Ke wa tsa caviar ya no.
Ke di qeteletse ko thembisa ditweba ngwaneso.
Orentat.
Sharp soli, o sharp soli.
Na ke mnate.
O sa le ko dieng.
Wa bona wa thoma. No tla pila ya no. O hulule ka Jack Skay ya no. No tla pila o itse entry. Ya no una metse Jack Skay ya no.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you look like EFF than ANC. I'm worried.
I anticipated those comments, when I was going.
It's the sign. She's coming.
No, Mkwebo, don't get carried away.
MC Mama
Don't push it.
Deputy Speaker, Kala.
Hello.
The meeting time.
Morning, colleagues. Are we all logged in?
Indeed,
Are
Madam
we good
Deputy
to
Speaker.
start?
We are when you are.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, colleagues, friends, and members. Can we start our session by observing a moment of silence for prayer, silent prayer, and meditation? Thank you. Secretary, do we have announcements? No announcements. Is the secretary in this meeting? In terms of Rule 79.1, do we have the member statements from MECs? MEC statements. Member Mazibu and Member Shope, are you in the meeting?
Yes, we are.
Okay, Member Shope, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sorry, Chair. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, Honorable Chief Whip, honorable members and esteemed guests, colleagues and friends. I rise to make a member statement in terms of rules in the House, Rule 79, subsection 1. This past Saturday, the 12th of September, 2020, marked the completion of our successful hosting of the ABSA PSL, GLAD Africa and Nedbank Cup Biologically Safe Environment matches in the province. a first of its kind as the matches were hosted under the extremely difficult conditions due to the COVID pandemic regulations. We are, however, proud to indicate that all went well without any incident reported. Further, that Team Gauteng performed exceptionally well as our teams brought home all cups. In true champion style, our teams displayed that Gauteng remains the undisputed home of champions. Speaker, we hereby congratulate the great return of the Dube Birds, Moroka Swallows, as they fly back to the Premiership upon their winning of the Glad Africa Championship. And further congratulate Mamelodi Sundowns for winning the ABSA Premiership and the Nedbank Cup. These Gauteng-based teams have performed exceptionally well and protected our crown as champions. Without seeking to boast, but one must ask, what would the PSL games be without Team Gauteng? As our teams dominated the top 5 log of the PSL. This is a position we don't take lightly. And it is in this regard we remain convinced that the revival and the investment by the province into the ECD and the Schools Wednesday Leagues program is a must, in order for us to identify and nurture young talent early on, so they may be tomorrow's champions and protectors of our crown, shining the Gauteng light within the country, our continent, and indeed the world. Speaker, sport is an integral part of our socio-economic life and essential to the country's happiness index. For the first time in the history of Southern African professional football, the PSL last year declared a record of over 1 billion in revenue. The PSL does not only contribute to the economy of our country, but also kept society anxious, excited, and entertained under these COVID conditions, playing a critical part in ensuring citizens remain at home, thereby aiding government in its task to flatten the curve. In closing our remarks, Speaker, it's critical we thank the PSL and SAFA for ensuring the province, for entrusting the province as the most suitable partner to host the games during this pandemic. We thank the Premier for his guidance and oversight, the provincial departments of community safety, transport, health, and COGTA for working this journey with us, and equally our municipalities for working day and night, ensuring the required facilities were readily available. Gauteng remains the home of champions and indeed a destination of choice. The investment made over the years in our social and economic infrastructure, the skills and expertise found in the province have ensured we remain the province of choice for hosting various major events, tournaments, and conferences. And we can proudly say we remain the province that has hosted the majority of the 2010 FIFA World Cup games, the Rugby, and the Cricket World Cup, notwithstanding the various major concerts and conferences that have taken place. And now we add to our basket the hosting of the first biologically safe environment games during the COVID pandemic. We continue to make history. We are Gauteng. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Hlophe. MEC Mazibuko. MEC Mazibuko is not in the meeting. Okay, moving right along. In terms of Rule 81.1, I'm allowing now an opportunity for member statements. Honorable Hassan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I, Honorable Fasir Hassan, MPL, hereby serves notice in terms of Rule 81.1 of my intention to make a statement to the House regarding the full-scale preparation of the 3.4 billion rand Tshwane Motive Special Economic Zone. During the course of last week, our Honorable Premier David Makhura conducted a site visit to the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone project and announced that the project is pressing ahead. This includes clearing of the site, directing extensive groundworks, and installing bulk infrastructure. This investment project was officially launched by President Cyril Ramaphosa in November 2019. Premier David Makhura was accompanied by Deputy Minister of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Fikile Majola, City of Tshwane Administrator Mpho Nawe, amongst others. They have indicated that this is the first SEZ in the country to have numerous investors from both the private and the public sector, and that facilities are being built to the specifications of those companies that are registered. It is further reiterated that they will move in as soon as construction is concluded. The Tshwane Motive SEZ is projected to generate more than 8,700 jobs during the construction of the first phase, with around 2,100 permanent job opportunities for operations. Additional jobs will also be created as the project evolves into a multi-dimensional hub designed to boost the manufacturing capacity, directly contributing to job creation, skills development, and the economic prosperity of local enterprises. As this project is going to contain 47% of SMME participation. Our GGT 2030 vision stipulates that through strategic public and private sector investment, Tshwane will be positioned as an automotive and high-tech SEZ. Amid this ailing economic situation, the ANC government is in a constant endeavor to find economic solutions to reignite our economy and materially improve the lives of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hassan. We move right along to as per Rule 120. I'm giving opportunity for presentation of motion without notice. Chief Whip, Member Mkumalo.
Deputy Speaker, I don't know that there were two links that were supplied for this meeting, and I would suspect that there would be other honorable members that might be in the other link. Maybe can you check with your technical team to resolve that? Thank you very much.
There might be another link. I only have a Member Hassan. Which other member was supposed to make a member statement?
Oh, link. No, link, Deputy Speaker, not statement. The link to the meeting.
Madam Chief, I don't understand. I'm assuming we're in this meeting, all of us. So attendees of this meeting, all of them are here.
Deputy Speaker, there are two meetings being run at the moment because two different links were sent out. I was on the wrong one, but I think some members are still stuck in the other meeting. There are two separate links, unfortunately. That's why some members are not here at the moment, but they are on a parallel meeting, unfortunately.
That's correct. That's correct, Deputy Speaker. Okay. We need to check.
And there are other members to do.
I'm stunned by this revelation or this new information. Is the technical team able to assist me? I'm not going to be able to flip in and out of the meeting, unfortunately. So can I be assisted maybe by the team to check if there's a member on the other side?
Yeah.
Although Deputy Speaker, note that there's two more member statements.
No, Deputy Speaker, we have two meetings here. We've got two links. Please assist us. We're connected to another meeting and there's another meeting taking place on the other side. I'm speaking to you now, Member Mazibuku, Member Keka, Namagagula, Kumo, myself, we're on the other meeting.
And I was expecting Member Mazibuku to make an MEC statement. So I was surprised.
And Member Tong was supposed to do the announcement.
Deputy Speaker, the first link was sent almost at the same time by the Speaker. The second link was sent by an official, Miss Jenny Sai.
Let me leave this one and join the other one.
And I think that's where the challenge is.
Okay, while we fix that, when we fix that, Ms. Mazibuko, can you step in? I skipped you thinking you're not in the meeting. So can you go on to make your statement?
I was in another link, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we were only 8 there. We were wondering where are other people. They're sabotaging.
Apologies for that. We'll try to fix it. But if you are ready with your statement, you can go ahead.
I am ready, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Member Masemola here.
Yes, Member Masemola.
Member Tong was supposed to do the announcement. I think she's on the other meeting.
Okay, I noted that. So when she migrates, hence I said, can the technical team assist? When she migrates back, we will allow that opportunity. So members must bear with me now. In light of this, our program will be a bit unsequenced. as planned, but yeah, we'll allow everybody to speak as per the plan and the program. Members, Mazibuko, can you do that?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, Nonhlanhla Faith Mazibuko, member of the Executive Council responsible for community safety, hereby tables a statement in terms of Rule 79.1. What I'll be tabling is information note on availability of rape kits at police stations and gender sensitivity training of law enforcement officials. Following the announcement by the Minister of the Crime Stats and recent concerns by society at large about the incidences of GBVF, and we all noted with shock the high number of domestic violence-related cases. Further noting the work that is being done in helping the survivors of these crimes, the Minister of Police has unveiled a 6-point plan on handling and assisting those who have been affected. All victims should be treated with respect. First point is that all victims should be treated with respect, dignity, and interviewed by a trained police official in a victim-sensitive manner. Second point is that victims should be assisted at the victim-friendly rooms or alternative room where the statement will be taken in a privacy at the police station or any other locations. Third point is that victims will be referred or taken for medical examination by the healthcare professionals to obtain medical evidence and complete a medical report. Fourth point is that the investigation should be conducted by the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Investigation Unit, which is popularly known as the FCS. And the fifth point is that families and the victims of sexual offences, femicide and infanticide, should be referred to the victim support services that are available within the precinct for legal and social and psychosocial support. Third point is that victims should be proactively provided with feedback on the progress of their cases. The Department of Community Safety, through the Directorate of Monitoring and Evaluation, conducted visits to all the 142 police stations in the province to check the availability of rape kits as per the Minister's pronouncement. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me confirm that during these visits, it was discovered that all police stations, the 142 of them, had rape kits available, and it was further noted that these rape kits can last up to 3 years if they are not tampered with from the time of delivery. Most members attached to police stations are not trained to deal with victims of rape and investigation of such cases. Therefore, the Family Violence and Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit play a pivotal role in ensuring that the perpetrators of these crimes are traced, arrested, and stand trial. That said, however, challenges were noted in the forensic science laboratory, where the turnaround time of DNA collected takes long and impacts on justice for the victims. This can be attributed to the shortage of employees with expertise in handling the DNA, which creates a backlog. The Department of Community Safety is also assisting in offering a gender sensitivity training to law enforcement officers. A total of 759 SAPS members have been trained to date in the Domestic Violence Act. And in the previous financial year, various forums were actually held in ensuring that they are properly trained. Status of DVA implementation by the SAPS and firearms monitoring, the DVA training activities conducted on monthly basis, progress regarding disciplinary processes instituted against members on monthly basis, and interventions conducted on members' health and wellness, progress regarding handling and investigation of DVA-related complaints against the SAPS, and provision of stats on DVA-related cases. As the Department of Community Safety, we promise to continuously report to the Speaker's House on matters of public concern, especially on gender-based I show me against gender-based violence and femicide.
Thank you, MEC Mazibuko. Has Member Tong been migrated to this meeting? Okay, let's continue with the Member Kekana.
Chair, can I just, sorry, may I interrupt? I just want to confirm that the member statements are still continuing.
Yes, they are continuing. Hence, I called on Member Kekana. Member Hassan is done his. We are going to Member Kekana now.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Honorable Refilwe Kekana, tables the following member statement on the positive work of the Carletonville and Merafong parliamentary constituency offices. Madam Speaker, the President declared a state of disaster on the 15th of March, which was followed by a complete lockdown on midnight of the 26th March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. At the time, no one knew for certain how the pandemic was going to affect us. However, our President had noted that COVID-19 would particularly be devastating for South Africans in light of the high levels of poverty, HIV prevalence, and TB, and other non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and high blood pressure. Indeed, the impact of COVID-19 has been felt by millions and continues to threaten the livelihoods of many of our citizens. Kusong and Carletonville in the West Rand are some of the areas much affected, particularly because of the dwindling economy due to the dying mining industry. The Carletonville and Merafong parliamentary constituency offices, the PCOs, have played an important role during this period in assisting and bringing hope to many families in the area who would otherwise have difficulty surviving the lockdown. Both PCOs provided food parcels and 500 dignity packs to families in the West Rand. We applaud the National Union of Mine Workers, NUM, who partnered with the PCOs in this initiative. We further applaud NUM in ensuring that mining houses follow strict COVID-19 health and safety protocols in their screening and testing of workers and ensuring that the mining communities do not become clusters of COVID-19 infections. The PCO and NUM are reminding us of our history of unity and working together in addressing community challenges. We hope that other organizations will join and work with PCOs across our province in initiatives that seek to improve the lives of ordinary people in our province. This shows that working together, we can do more. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kekane. Honorable Tilange, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay, please go ahead.
Right. Madam Speaker, I was raised that a person's word and honor is the one thing in life that is never ever negotiable. I submitted questions for written reply to the MEC Mahile regarding the outstanding money to Tshwane councillors, the back pay from June until March, beginning this year. This money should have been paid to them before the MEC so hastily initiated the process to put Tshwane under administration. Madam Speaker, through your office, I received a promise to pay from MEC Mahile, dated the 18th of August, with the undertaking explicitly stating that the money will be paid in August. These councillors, ma'am, or ex-councillors as we call them now, they are still working. They're working on the ground to keep some measure of service delivery going. Although the MEC promised to pay them in August, I had to rewrite again and remind them that the regard of the 1st of September after no payment was made by COGTA department or by the Tshwane administrator, Mr. Nawa. Do note that some of these ex-office bearers who are still working does not receive anything. They're busy losing their houses, they're busy losing their vehicles. Speaker, this government has a history of not paying their debt or their employees. I implore this legislator to show some integrity and pay the Tshwane ex-councillors what was promised to them. Let me make it clear, the request is not just to the benefit of a single political party or office bearers. All of us sitting here, all our people, all our councillors are working there and are struggling to survive while we do not meet our promises. I implore MEC Mahile, please do the right thing. Pay the people what you owe them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Tilange. Honorable Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. COVID-19 pummeled our economy into submission, but even before that event, South Africa was faced with rating downgrades to junk status. For many MPLs who are currently secure in receiving a monthly income from the legislature, junk status and the lockdown seems mostly abstract, and it's difficult to see how the suffering of people behind the statistics take place. This seems more so for the ruling ANC if one has regard to their policies in COVID-19 economic recovery plan. Despite a plethora of real-world examples like Singapore, South Korea, and Mauritius, the ANC is stuck in an ideological groove whereby it's trying to imitate Soviet-era projects that have failed spectacularly. Even worse, the ANC is on record that it's going to use the COVID-19 pandemic as cover to implement a complete transformation of the South African economy to ensure equal outcomes. The problem is, of course, that this transformation plan is not designed to create an environment for growth, but an environment of redistribution only. The imbalance will merely lead to the redistribution of poverty, as has happened in every socialist state in the world. However, it appears that this outcome is no accident, as the ANC is also on record that some parts of the economy must be allowed to fail during this pandemic, namely the white businesses, even though they employ mostly black people. The ANC is also on record that the black middle class must commit suicide by eloquently quoting Amilcar Cabral. The end result would be a population devoid of economic power, forever dependent on the state. The political philosopher Thomas Hobbes referred to the state as a leviathan, a monster in the form of a dragon or snake. According to his philosophy, the people enter into a social contract with the state for protection from the insecurity of the state of nature. In that sense, the monster is harnessed for greater good. However, the state can breach that covenant by overreaching its powers over the people in the form of destructive behavior. In that sense, the state becomes the monster that kills off liberty, the right to prosperity, and the right to a good life. Given the ANC's explicit philosophical positioning and corresponding actions, and unless the ANC repents onto a path of evidence-based policy, we are entering the realm where the Leviathan has become the freedom and prosperity destroying dragon that must in the end be slain. Thank you.
You should have kept quiet. You're not a member of the ANC.
Thank you. Honorable Panyaza, please.
Please keep the members in order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I'm doing that. Honorable Panyaza, please. Thank you, Honorable Alberts. That was the last of our member statements. Is Honorable Tong in the house now?
No, she's still struggling to connect.
She's tonguing her hair.
Order yourself, Honorable Member Masamula. Do you have her announcement at least? Can you read it out for her?
No, I don't have it, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Apologies on behalf of the legislature for that.
I will make it.
But it's a second.
On behalf of
Member Mabala will make it.
Okay, Member Mabala.
Thank you.
She must behave today.
When you must shut up.
Order. Member Mabalane, the platform is yours. Order, whomsoever was making that interruption.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Ezra, order also.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Khatabeze.
Okay, noted. Let's hear Member Mabala's announcement.
Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, ke rata go lebogela motsotso o ke tlo lebogisa our new chief whip in our caucus, Member Masemola Mogatwe. Ke re halala mbokodo ra go lebogisa gore o kgone gore o bontshe ba bangwe gore mobereko wa go ba wipi go berekiwa yang, not go
lava poso
a thutse ka sebaka sotlhe. So re lebogisa Member Masemola, re halala Member Masemola,
halala mbokodo, halala chief gas,
halala
Member Masemola.
Thank you, Member Mabala. Thank you. Member Khatebe, when you were announcing your entrance, were you meant to read the member statement? Moving right along.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Please afford the space to make a member statement.
Member
Just
Radebe.
enter.
Member Radebe. The platform is yours.
The platform is mine, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm doing member statement, not announcement. I was in and out in the meeting, so I don't know how's your agenda.
Please go ahead, Member Radebe. It's an opportunity for you to make your member statement. Announcement has been made by Member Mabala on behalf of Tong, so we're on track. Read your statement.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the second week of September, also known as Bigo Week, saw the EFF taking action against all cliques, which was intended at dehumanizing Black people, especially Black women. This advert presented the hair of Black women as damaged compared to white hair, which is described as normal. The EFF once again became a leader of society when it rejected the systemic oppression that sought to deem our hair as improper and unhygienic. The protest action at All Click Store last week and the EFF subsequently victory further asserted our strong belief that our hair is a vital part of our identity and heritage. Deputy Speaker, the time of apologies for racism is over. We took upon ourselves to
Member Radebe, do we still have you in the house?
particular culture. We revolt because for many reasons we can no longer breathe. Indeed, we can no longer breathe because of anti-Black racism in this country. Unquote. We did it in 2018 against H&M stores, which compare Black people to monkeys. As the EFF, we shall never allow humiliation of Black people to continue while others have come armchair critique of the EFF's action and doing nothing about racism. We shall never allow anyone to make jokes about Black people and be left unattended.
Honorable Member? Okay, we'll catch up with the Honorable Radebe.
Black consciousness seeks to do is to produce real Black people who do not regard themselves as
Okay, let's move on.
Become victorious. While the looters are busy scrambling over COVID-19 tenders and abusing state resources to visit.
Your connection is bad, Honorable Member. We're moving right along to the next item. Motion without notice, as per Rule 120, Member M. Kumalo, Chief Whip of the NC.
Thank you.
Can I kindly request members to switch on their videos when you know we are connected to other mediums or platforms? So can we be visible? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me welcome the announcement made on the appointment of Honorable Member Ruth Masemola. We expecting that we will work together in assisting you as presiding officers to manage the proceedings of the legislation. I, Member M. Kumalo, ANC Chief Whip, hereby table the following motion in terms of Rule 121, read together with Rule 122 as follows. Noting that the following reports were not programmed for today's sitting of Tuesday, 15 September 2020. One, focus intervention study.
Today, I can say what happened.
Focus intervention study report on an investigation into the role of the department in supporting the 40 contractors in incubators and evaluation of the role of Gauteng Partnership Fund, GPF, in providing the financial support to housing development project. Focus intervention study report emanating from 2021 financial year budget of the Department of COGTA on the role of Gauteng Department of COGTA in supporting the two traditional leaders, Inkosi JJ Mahlangu and Khosi KC Kekana, in relation to community concern in the city of Tshwane, the case of Hammanskraal and Sokolumi, and the implementation of the Back to Basics pillars in Mogale City. Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee focus intervention study report on how prepared are heritage monuments to stimulate economic development in the province, a focus on Kagiso Memorial and Recreation Center, Bipato Monument and Youth Center and Women Living Heritage Monument. Health Portfolio Committees focused intervention study report emanating from financial year 2021 Gauteng Department of Health budget vote 4 reports assessing the effectiveness of provision of laundry services in the district hospital. And lastly, the Health Portfolio Committee oversight report on the Public Service Commission report on constitutional values and principles. Therefore, request that the House resolve to add the above FIS report to orders of today's sitting of Tuesday, 15 September 2020. I so move, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumalo. We move right along to announcements.
There must be a second, Madam.
Oh, sorry, not announcements even. Do you have a second?
I second, Speaker. I second, Speaker. I'm busy.
Is seconding?
SMPC seconding, Deputy Speaker.
Apologies. We've got two apologies from the Premier and MEC Maile. They are attending a Presidential Coordinating Council, which of course started together, or at the same time rather, with our sitting at 10 o'clock. Member Shackleton.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I may proceed.
Yes, proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Honourable MEC for Community Safety. Regarding the arrest of SAPS members for contravening lockdown regulations from March to date, could the MEC please indicate, 1, how many SAPS members have been arrested since March 2020 to date for selling and or purchasing alcohol and tobacco products while these substances were banned under the lockdown regulations? 2, how many of these have been convicted of the offences in 1? 3, what were the judgments in the cases in 2? 4, will these members in 2 continue to serve as SAPS members? And 5, if yes, why is this the case? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Member Mufama, maybe you want to switch off your video ne? For now, so that we don't see all these things that are going on there in your background. Honorable
Mazebukwa.
Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, for the question, Member Shackleton. On how many SAPS members have been arrested since March 2020 to date for selling and purchasing alcohol and tobacco products while these substances are banned? The answer is none. On how many have been convicted of the same offense? The answer is none. What were the judgment in the cases? The answer is none. Will these members continue to serve the SAPS? Obvious, there's no one. If yes, why is this case Abeko member Shackleton? So none of the SAPS members were actually arrested. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Shackleton.
Thank you,
Madam.
Madam
A supplementary question or a remark?
May I make a supplementary remark? Thank you to the MEC for your answers. Many of us, though, as members in the House, we did hear reports of police involved in such action, even in areas in which we reside, and areas in which colleagues of ours reside, even councillors, and thus we will need to monitor this as complaints have been laid. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thanks to you too. In terms of Rule 134(7), I open up for additional questions or supplementary remarks. Thank you, none. Moving to the second question. Of course, a second question to the MEC for Social Development. Member Nseke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to food parcel distribution, could MEC please indicate, was Imbogo Trading appointed for the provision such as service, and when were they appointed? Who are the board of directors or owners of this company? What was the value in rands and cents of the contract given to this company? Are there any current or previous departmental staff members who are involved with this organization? And if yes, what was the reason for these staff members leaving the Department of Social Development? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Tseke. MEC, please reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. And thank you very much, Honorable Tseke, for the question. Response to question 1, yes, Imbogo Trading was appointed to supply food parcels for the department on the 20th of May 2020. The appointment was for a period of 2 months, effective from the 1st of June 2020 to 31st of July 2020. Response to question 2, below are the board of directors or owners of this company: Matebelo Ramoabi with 55% shareholding, Mpumelelo Nhlapo with 45% shareholding. Answer to question 3, the contract value awarded to Imbogo Trading is 24,258,304. Answer to question 4, the Central Supply Database, the CSD, was consulted and it indicated that none of the directors are employees of government. And response to question 5 is none. That will be all, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now open for supplementary remarks or short or questions.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the response, MEC, but I'm worried because there's allegations that one July Ramaphosa is very involved with this company. I think look further into this particular company to determine if he is personally involved or friends or his spouse is involved in this particular company. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nseke. As per Rule 134(7), I open up for additional supplementary questions from members. And Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The comments are noted.
Thank you. I call again Honorable Nseke to read the third question to the MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to Mr. July Ramaphosa, who used to be a Director of Sustainable Livelihoods in the Gauteng Department of Social Development, there was an allegation in the newspaper in May 2018 that Mr. Ramaphosa had inappropriately used funds from the department. Afterwards, Mr. Ramaphosa then mysteriously left the department. Considering this, could the MEC please indicate were the allegations ever investigated? If yes, what was the outcome of the investigation? If not, why not? If yes, did the department lay criminal charges against him? And if not, why not? Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. MEC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Member Nseke, for the question. Response to, maybe just to highlight before I go to responses, the department hereby wish to clarify that the former Director for Sustainable Livelihoods is Mr. Maphosa and not Mr. Ramaphosa. A response to question 1, yes, these allegations were investigated by Gauteng Provincial Treasury Forensic Audit Services. The service providers of Bowmans, Grantham, and BDO was appointed to undertake such investigations on behalf of the department. A response to question 2, the areas of investigation. The area investigated specifically with regard to Mr. July Maphosa were food banks, school uniforms, and dignity packs. All investigations have not yet been fully concluded and reported on the management in its entirety. The school uniform investigation was concluded in totality and reported to management. In terms of the food banks investigation, only one of the 5 investigations reports were issued to management and the remaining 4 are still being awaited. The report on dignity packs still awaited from the investigators. The DG of the province has appointed an external firm to deal with the recommendations of the reports. All outcomes of the 1 report, food banks and school uniforms, have not yet been made public, and instructions or permissions for the department to release such information to date has not been formally and explicitly been issued to the department. Response to question 3, the department has prioritized these matters for investigations through the Department of Gauteng Provincial Treasury, and the outstanding reports are not due to failure to act to this effect. As follow-ups and progress have been sought and requested to bring such matters to finality through the office of the HOD. Response to question 4, it is unclear if any additional criminal charges have been instituted against Mr. Maphosa based on these 2 specific reports. However, the Hawks have been included into the investigation and have also been requested to undertake their own investigation to this effect, and is still ongoing as no report to this effect has been received by the department to date. Therefore, response to question 5 falls off, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Nseke. Do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Yes, thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I'm really grateful to the MEC that there's an investigation into this matter. I was worried that it kind of just fell under the carpet and nothing had happened to it. And it was a very serious allegation against him. So I hope when the investigations are all concluded, the report will then be brought to the House so that we are all informed. Generally, after investigation is done, it doesn't come back to the House to close the loop. So I'm thankful for that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. There is a bad background there. Member Nseke, you might want to check it.
It's not on my side,
it's not you.
Speaker.
Okay, okay. Let's hope it will be resolved as we go. In terms of Rule 1347, I now open up for additional questions.
Yes, thank you. They must mute.
Member Badenos must mute them.
Speaker, please mind your own business and keep your own Christmas.
I must mind my business myself.
No, not you, Speaker. The person that answered.
Okay. I'm opening for.
Can I come on, Speaker, please?
She must mute, Madam Speaker. She's disturbing the House.
Okay, there are no questions.
Come in, please. If some people want to take over your work, they must.
Thank you, Member Badenos. Thank you.
Can I come in, please?
Okay, for supplementary remark, a question or remark, right? Okay.
Yes. MEC, morning. Can you please tell me if there was no one employed under COVID-19 of the workers or the staff of the government? Now, why were they remunerated?
Honorable MEC.
I thank you very much.
Question?
I don't know whether this question is related to.
But what is he saying?
Member Ntshehe
Colleagues, give the MEC to respond. She got the question.
Speaker, I'm saying I'm not sure whether the question that Member Badenos is asking is related to the question that Member Ntshehe asked, because I did respond to Member Ntshehe, and Member Ntshehe did not ask anything to do with COVID-19 employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you're not responding in essence. Okay.
Yes,
that's a waste of time.
Oh, that was the waste
Okay,
of
thank
time.
you, members. Let's move on. I'd like to call upon Member Shabalala to read the fourth question.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Am I audible, Deputy Speaker?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the following monuments, Boipatong Monument, Women's Living Heritage Monument, and Kagiso Memorial, could the MEC please indicate when did this project start? When was the construction of each monument completed? How much did each monument cost in rands and cents? What was the initial budget for each monument? Are these monuments fully operational? And if so, how much has been utilized by the respective municipalities to ensure that they are fully operational? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, DS. My apologies that I seem to be having problems with both my camera and the hand. It seems to be amputated, but I will respond accordingly. With regard to the first question on when did the project start, the Women's Living Heritage Monument, its commencement date was the 12th of June, 2014. The Boipatong Monument was the 6th of October, 2011. The Kagiso Memorial was the 25th of March, 2014. With regard to the second question, when was the construction of each completed? The Women's Living Heritage Monument was the 6th of August, 2018. The Boipatong Monument was the 31st of March, 2015. The Kagiso Memorial was the 29th of August, 2016. With regard to your third question, how much did each monument cost in rands and cents? I will read the numbers out. The Women's Living Heritage Monument was 232,476,086.61. The Boipatong Monument was 49,592,486.32. The Kagiso Memorial was 39,501,852.39. What was the initial budget for each monument? The Women's Living Heritage Monument was 151,861,076.59. The Boipatong Monument was 32,575,833.0. The Kagiso Monument, so I'm trying to find the Kagiso Monument was 40 million. Are these monuments fully operational? And if so, how much has been utilized by respective municipalities to ensure that they are fully operational? The department transfers funds to the Citibank municipality for the Boipatong Monument and pays services for the Women's Living Heritage Monument and Kagiso Monument as per the table below. For the Women's Living Heritage Monument, it's 859,980. For the Boipatong Monument, it's 18393. 127, and for the Kagiso Memorial, it's 1,125,671.12. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member Shabalala, do you have a short remark to make or a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Deputy Speaker. Honorable MEC, with the money spent on the construction of these monuments, Gauteng should be having a state-of-the-art facilities. Yet your department has failed and continues to fail when it comes to operationalization of monuments in the province. These monuments have become white elephants which contribute nothing to our province. Take, for instance, the Kagiso Heritage was conceptualized in 2016 and in 2006. And take into consideration that a child who was born in 2006, today that child is doing grade 8, yet the monument is not yet fully operational. When it comes to the Boipatong Monument, I think your government and the department is spitting in the graves.
Those things are part
on the graves of the
Boipatong
massacre.
This is completely out of order.
And the Boipatong Monument was opened with much
please.
fanfare. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, can I be protected so that I do my follow-up questions?
You are protected. You are protected.
Madam Speaker, order on
Thank
this
you,
one.
Deputy Speaker. And also, with regards to the
allow the member to finish.
Nobody's misbehaving.
With regards to the Boipatong Monument,
a focused intervention study. It
Can I be noted, Deputy Speaker? This is completely out of order.
We raised this issue as part of our focused intervention study. This man can now come here and raise these things as if...
Honorable Ezra, there is no this man, firstly. Honorable Ezra, order.
Nobody's misbehaving.
Okay.
He's misbehaving. He can't
that
make
is
things
noted.
aye.
Ezra.
He's very wrong.
Ezra, you want to
can I continue, Deputy Speaker?
Don't do that, colleagues.
No, we're not going to allow you to continue, no, man.
It's not for you to allow or disallow. Ezra, can you allow me? Member Ezra, can you allow me to chair the session then? Allow the member to finish, then the MEC will step in. If you've got something to raise, you will raise your hand. Just hang on, please.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Finish, then there'll be a supplementary question. You can step in, honorable members. Then MEC will respond.
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, it must be noted that they just enter in the house without the rules.
Just like you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It must be noted that Boipatong Monument was opened with much fanfare by the Premier in 2015. Yet the monument is not operational. The monument is collapsing. The subcontract has taken 45 laptops from the monument due to non-payment. My question is to the MEC. Does the department have plans to operationalize this monument? When is the department getting back the 45 laptops that were taken by the service provider due to non-payment? Thank you.
I now allow for members to present their questions or ask their supplementary questions or short remarks.
I raise my hand, Deputy Speaker.
You can go on. I did not see your hand. Sorry. Honorable Mateke.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Mine, it's a remark. Deputy Speaker, Member Chabalala is out of order. We have undertaken a focused intervention study. The department has appeared before the committee, precisely responding to the very same questions that Member Chabalala is asking the MEC. The department responded in detail to all the questions that relates to the monuments in Gauteng. Today we are presenting the focused intervention study that precisely speaks to exactly the questions that Member Chabalala is asking. He was part of the focused intervention study. He was part of the roundtable discussion with infrastructure as well as treasury and the department, where we dealt in depth with this particular focused intervention study. Therefore, for him to come here to grandstand as if the department, they don't know what they are doing, is completely out of order. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary question done. Ms. Shopper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think in agreement with the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, it is unfortunate that Member Chabalala continues with the grandstanding that he does. In the last sitting that we had, in the last sitting that we had, I was dealing with the matter where he had gone even to the extent of going to the public, where I incorrectly indicated that it was Member Mura when it was indeed Member Chabalala, who continues to peddle wrong information. Currently, he says the Kagiso Memorial was completed in 2006. It was completed in 2016, and it is for this reason why I was reading out the numbers instead of saying them, because I knew that our dear member has a difficulty and a challenge with numbers. So I thought that as I was reading them out, he would have been writing so that he does not make the errors that he continuously makes, which are continue to be pedestrian in nature. But Chair, just in indicating that in line with what the Chair of the Portfolio Committee has indicated, indeed, there is an FIS on these matters, particularly regarding the monuments. Both ourselves and the Department of DID have appeared before the committee to respond to these matters, and I do believe that the Portfolio Committee will respond accordingly on its own findings based on the FIS that it has undertaken. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I call upon Member Shabalala to read the next order. Sorry, to ask the fifth question.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think also the MEC, it is also incumbent upon it to listen. I said the Kagiso Heritage was conceptualized in 2006, not completed in 2006. So she must also learn to listen. With regards to the celebration of Youth Day 2020, could the MEC please indicate what was the budget in rands and cents for the celebration of Youth Day this year? How much in rands and cents was actually spent to celebrate the Youth Day? Please provide a detailed breakdown of the budget. Who were the service providers that were appointed and how much was paid to each service provider and what did they?
MEC, you captured the question? Please respond.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you. And perhaps I should indicate that the commencement was 2014, not 2006, as he indicates. But as I come to this question, with regard to the first question that was asked, what was the budget in rands and cents for the celebration of Youth Day? The department had budgeted 5 million. However, I'm going to read out the number again, Member Shabalala, for your purposes. 1.141442.50 was spent. You will see that it is a drastic reduction, and this is because we have had to go online because of the COVID pandemic. Due to the COVID restrictions that are there, which the President has indicated, we have not had the opportunity to have the physical events and mass gatherings that we could have had. So it is a mere fraction of what we had spent. With regard to your question 3, 4, and 5, I'll respond to all of them in one. It says provide a detailed breakdown as to who the service providers were, how much they were given, and how much was spent. As Member Shabalala will know, that with the online activities that we had partnered with the MTV base through their entity called Viacom for a Youth Day concert where developmental and mainstream artists were showcasing their talent, and an amount of
Mamsi.
Sorry, Speaker.
Member Shope.
Okay. An amount of 574,942.50 was spent, and this was for the DSTV Youth Day concert. In addition to that, we had various Youth Month library and archival services projects that were undertaken also through virtual events. I'm going to read out, it's quite a number of service providers, Madam Speaker, so if members could just be patient with me. With regard to the services rendered for our reading corner, which was to set up and the exhibition, an amount of 50,000 was allocated to Tabang Moloto. With regard to the COVID-19 Read Aloud book, an amount of 30,000 was allocated to Charlotte Earwins. With regard to the book reviews that we had done, Buhle, Precious, and Mutluri were allocated 30,000 each. It's 4 and Musa, apologies. With regard to the book publishing presentation, an amount of 30,000 was allocated to Mzamo Maegiso, and these came up to 230,000. With regard to the other services that were provided, focusing largely at children's books, the Round Fire children's book for their 1-year subscription was 95,000. For the storytelling activities that had undertaken, Bongani Godide was given 40,000. With regard to our library dialogues, Senzeni Mahasela was given 30,000. With regard to the presentation for the role of the archives to youth of today, 60,000 was given to Litho Nolo, Lesotho, and Palesa Makepal. With regard to the book reviews, an amount of 30,000 was also given to Tsepo Siagamela. With regard to the presentation on the impact of reading programs at correctional services, an amount of 20,000 was given to Horsi Horsi. With regard to our poetry reading sessions, an amount of 30,000 was given to Masingita Shibambo, coming to a subtotal of 300,000, sorry. So those are the amounts that were utilized for our Youth Day activities. As I'd indicated, this was spread across our portfolio, but were conducted online, coming up to that 1.141,44250, which is a huge reduction from the 5 million, that was budgeted for 2020 Youth Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Colleagues, honorable members, can I request that we switch on our videos? We are live, we're streaming in other platforms, like I indicated earlier. Member Shabalala, can we have your video on?
Deputy Speaker.
You can ask a supplementary question or you should make a short remark.
Okay, I will ask supplement, but with regards to a video, it tends to affect my connectivity. Can I please be excused from switching on my video?
No,
my supplementary questions.
Why is Member Makashule smiling when you say that?
It's not dressed properly.
I want to see. He's not dressed properly. That's the problem.
My supplementary questions are to the MEC. What was the logic behind celebrating?
Can you switch on the mic, then you switch off, then we'll see later.
Can I be protected, Speaker?
Can you switch on and then he'll switch off?
Oh, you can't divide the deputy. Switch off the mic and switch on your video. We want to see you.
Member Shabalala, for the members of the public, can you at least show your face? Yes.
I have turned on my video, Deputy Speaker.
Sure,
okay, I'm saying,
at least you are not at the bottle store.
Order, man, order.
Okay, my Deputy Speaker, my questions are: what was the logic behind the celebration of the Youth Day virtually, and also to the MEC? Doesn't she think that the millions that have been spent on celebrating the Youth Day virtually could have been spent on programs that will leave a lasting legacy on the lives of the young people? Also, did the department get the value for money for hosting the Youth Day virtually? And also, doesn't the MEC think that it's high time that the department review how they celebrate commemorative days, take into account that they are turned into mini political rallies to ensure that they really promote national unity and showcase our diversity and leave a lasting legacy?
MEC? Oh, sorry, before you come in, can I ask for questions from members, supplementary questions or short remarks? Okay, none. MEC, please respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the concerns raised by Member Shabalala are noted, and perhaps it is understandable that he would speak in that regard. In viewing the celebration of our commemorative days as mini political rallies, and I suppose it is a fact of history that we are unable to hide in that the organizations that have played a huge role in ensuring that South Africa is the democratic country that it is now are the particular organizations, and we cannot be able to run away or shy away from mentioning and celebrating the heroes and heroines of the time who have played the role in ensuring that we are where we are. So it is not an issue of political rallies, but it is to relay history as it is without attempting to cloud it or maybe shy away from that which is there. So, and that is why when we celebrate these events, albeit we've had to go virtually, and this is largely because of the COVID restrictions that have been there, we felt it critical that even though we could not have the events taking place physically, it was important that we continue to remind society about our history, because in reminding ourselves about where we come from, we're able to ensure that we do not repeat the same mistakes that had transpired before. And so we took the bold step of going virtually to make sure that these days do not pass by without being honored, and the heroes and the heroines accordingly. So it is not our view that we have in any way wasted funds, as the member indicates. We do not see it as a wastage of funds, because this is part of our mandate in ensuring that we celebrate our heritage, and that entails retelling our stories and, importantly, as I indicate, the history. And you'll equally note that for Youth Day, what we have done is to make sure that we target as many young people as possible. So from youth that are of school-going age to those that are children. And that is why when I spoke about the different book reviews that were done, the children's books that were done and so forth, we focused on content that speaks to these different groupings within the youth cohort, so that they are able to relay and have an appreciation of what the day is about and its significance. And of course, we then ended off with celebrating the local talent that we do have within the province. And that is why even with the concert that we had, it was to showcase both the developmental and the mainstream artists that we have. So we do believe that it was an investment worth doing, and we were able to accordingly be able to celebrate the day. We do further indicate that because of the restrictions that were there with us going online, even though 5 million was what was budgeted, we were able to reduce quite a huge amount on what would have been our biggest cost drivers, which would have been transport, food, and so forth. And that is why the program only came up to just over 1 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. I'd like to call on Honorable Member Kana to read the next question, to read the 6th question. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I want to ask my question to the MEC of Economic Development regarding the economic recovery plan for the province. Could the MEC please indicate what role did the department play in the crafting of the recovery plan? 2, what are the main tenets of the plan and which sectors will be supported to realize the plan? 3, what role, if any, will the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller play in realizing the plan? And finally, if so, when will the reconfiguration of JEP, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, be concluded? Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Mosopir. We can't hear you.
Maybe, muted.
Yeah.
We can't hear anything.
Pardon me. Let me again thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank the Honorable Member for the questions. So in response to question 1, the department has been at the forefront of the development of the Economic Recovery Plan through the established workstream for economic development. In this regard, the department has provided the baseline of the economic problems and challenges that needed to be addressed, and further coordinated crafting of economic interventions and responses from across the various provincial departments and agencies that constitutes the workstream. To date, the department continues to monitor progress to ensure successful implementation of the planned recovery interventions. In response to question 2, the recovery plan is anchored on 4 action plans, namely SMME support, infrastructure development and configuration, corridor focus investment, your SEZ, that is SEZ specific, and public-private partnerships. The SMME support cuts across all sectors. However, the cross-cutting key focus is on manufacturing. Ramping up production across the province will transform the economy from a consumption economy to a production economy. On the other hand, the plan advocates utilization of infrastructure as a catalyst for economic revival. At the center of this is the need to unlock private sector participation financially and non-financially. In this regard, there are specific sector-based action labs that have commenced to drive strategic partnerships between government and private sector. For example, the first set of sector includes green economy, manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, financial services, business processing, ICT, and agro-processing. Action labs for other sectors are in the pipeline for implementation over the medium to long term. Honorable Ghana, in response to question 3, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller's role will be to provide an integrated end-to-end financial and non-financial support to small enterprises in different sectors of the economy to ensure their growth and sustainability in line with its mandate. And lastly, in responding to your question 4, the process for the appointment of the service provider to assist the department in the reconfiguration of JEP is underway. It is expected to take at the most 9 months, broken into 2 areas. The first 6 months will be for strategy development, and the last three months will be dedicated to consultation. Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Ghana, do you have a supplementary question or a remark?
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, and thanks very much, MEC. Just a couple of supplementary questions. As it relates to the recovery plan, has this been costed? And if so, what's the cost for this, and how much in terms of from the department side, as the department set aside to realize the plan itself? And related to that, it's when will the commencement of the reconfiguration be? Because it's important for us to know the commencement so that we can start working in terms of the 9 months. Because if it's 9 months and now we're in September, it means that by the end of June next year, JEP will be completely reconfigured. And still on that point, Deputy Speaker, when are we going to have a CEO of JEP and the COO? Thanks very much.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Honorable Ghana. Let me start at the end with your last question. Honorable Ghana, the timeframes that you're giving are assuming that the 9 months is going to start from this month. So the 9 months that I'm referring to is that it will happen as soon as the service provider is on board. So once the service provider is on board, we'll start counting the 9 months. So I think you need to be very careful in not assuming that it's going to start now. I think it's very prudent that we avoid assumptions so that we don't find ourselves then disagreeing over dates while we could have been careful and started counting on at the right time. Regarding your follow-up question on, I think it was the first question, the network, you were not very clear. So do you mind repeating the question at least, the first question? It was on the recovery plan. I had costed, you were asking if it was costed, and then how much was set aside, if I'm correct, and whether it's going, the plan is going to be presented to the committee. Am I correct?
That's correct. I want to check the amount that has been set aside to realize the plan.
Okay, we're still in negotiations right now with Treasury for them to agree to the amount that is in the plan. So I am very circumspect now to share that information with yourselves, but as soon as we have it and we are in agreement with Treasury on the amounts that we need to, that we have focused rather, I'll be able to share that information with the committee as you have suggested. So that also then responds to the last question that you asked. Yes, all of the work that we do must be shared with the committee. So it will come to the committee as soon as all the processes have been followed, and we are sure as the department that we are within all the legal prescripts. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Moving along, I'd like to call on Member Mabala to read the 7th question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, the next question is my question.
Hello?
Sorry, yes, sorry, Member Mabala. Yes, Member Ghana?
Yeah.
Let's switch off his camera. This is not a candid camera show.
Member Mabala, hang on a bit. Honorable Ghana, sorry.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. You had jumped my question. So I realized, MEC, that you didn't respond to my question on the CEO of JEP, but now that you'll respond to this, you can start with that response.
Yeah. Right.
Regarding the businesses supported as part of a township economy revitalization program, could the MEC please indicate how many have applied to be assisted as part of COVID-19 relief from Soweto, Tshwane, Sedibeng, and Ekurhuleni? How many have been assisted financially in each region? What form of financial support was given, grants or loans? If loans were given, what are the repayment terms? And finally, of those declined, what were the reasons for not approving the request for funding? Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And once again, thank you very much for the question, Honorable Ghana. Yes, let me apologize for that. Yes, I did not answer your question on the CEO and COO. Honorable Ghana, I think you're being unfair to the House. You are a member of the committee and you know the process that I explain in each and every sitting of each and every sitting of the committee, where I explain in detail where we are in terms of the appointment of the CEO and the COO, including the challenges that are faced by JEP in that regard. Having said that, you know that I explained in the last sitting that the current board is seized with the matter. However, their term is ending at the end of September. So end of October, they will be finished. So the new board is going to be seized with the matter as soon as they're on board. You know that the 2 positions were re-advertised. So I'm not quite sure why you felt you should ask this question again, but that's the response. So moving right along to the questions that you asked. In response to question 1, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller has no dedicated COVID-19 relief fund yet. However, the establishment of the SME Partnership Fund to leverage at least 750 million rands from the private sector to assist more SMMEs during the post-COVID-19 is at an advanced stage. This followed an additional 250 million allocated to JEB during the provincial supplementary budget speech towards the end of July 2020. The agency will provide detailed statistics as soon as the fund is operational. In response to question 2, Honorable Ghana, it is not applicable as the partnership fund is not yet operational. Responding to question 3, the fund will be focusing on financial support, that is what is commonly known as loans, rather than grants. In response to question 4, the terms will be agreed upon before the fund is operational. And on the conclusion of a legal agreement, that legal agreement must be in place, as you are aware. However, it is intended that funding will be provided on a sustainable basis at the lowest interest rates with a maximum of 1% per month at the high end and aiming at prime minus 4% at the lowest end. In response to question 5, it won't be applicable as the partnership fund is not yet operational. Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I open up for members to ask supplementary questions or remarks.
I think it's me who start first, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Khan, you were making a supplementary question just now.
No, it was not a supplementary. It was not a supplementary question. It's a question that's in the order paper, in the question paper.
You first started asking that.
No, there's a question.
No, it's a question, Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, he had 2 questions. There's he's got 2 opportunities to ask questions in the order paper, ma'am.
Let me follow what happened. Honorable Ghana was called on to ask a question, ne?
Yes, ma'am.
Asked those many questions, you responded. You omitted some or something like that.
Yes,
he came back again, asking a short remark, having it as you having it omitted to respond one of the first questions, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am, you're correct.
Yes, so it was his second time to ask questions, and the second time was for supplementary, because the first time he asked the question was the first question, isn't it?
No, ma'am, I think that is where you...
That's fine. Go ahead, Honorable Ghana.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thanks very much. I think you were confused when I reminded the MEC about the JEB question.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Makubela. On what rule?
Thank you very much. I just want to ask a supplementary question. Just because I am worried that we are having a committee meeting in a house sitting. Honorable Ghana is a member of our committee. The questions he's asking in the house, he asked them in the committee.
That's noted. That's noted. That's noted. Honorable Makubela.
Can be correct.
Honorable Makubela, that's noted. Let's get back on track. We can't be disturbed by question for the MEC of Economic Development. Honorable Ghana, let's go back. You asked the first question. Part of that first question was omitted by the MEC to respond, isn't it? You came back, you reminded her on that to answer that specific question of the appointments of CEOs. But you went on again to continue asking other questions. And in asking those other questions now, because it's only one that was omitted in the first time around. Now the other questions that came, the assumption was that they were supplementary questions. So it looks like you're going to ask alone endlessly and won't get to move. So what is it that you're asking now? Is it supplementary question or remark or short remark?
It's a supplementary question on question for ECD ENV number 7, Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
It's on the question
paper. Okay.
I'm asking a supplementary on the question that's there.
All right, fine.
That's the one that she has just responded to.
Okay, she has responded to it, right?
I'm asking a supplementary.
Honorable. Sorry.
Yes, thanks. So, Honorable MEC, I think there's some kind of a confusion here. So you are saying there's no funds that are supposed to assist businesses that were affected during COVID. It is my understanding that the 250 million it was set aside precisely to do that particular or satisfy that particular need from the small businesses in Soweto, in Tshwane, Sedibeng, and Ekurhuleni. So like now, if you are saying that there's no funds that have been set aside, what is that 250 million supposed to be doing? And to be able to clarify not only yourself, but also Member Makhubela. So this is a house sitting. Just because a question was asked in the committee and it was not adequately answered, doesn't mean that we cannot ask here. We are here to represent the people, and the people are watching this sitting. If they are the ones that are giving us the questions, they want the answers. They were not part of the other committee meeting. So
Honorable
this is
the question to the MEC has been noted. Thank you very much.
That's what I want the MEC to respond to, because there are people in Soweto who are watching this sitting and they want to know, insofar as
the question to the MEC is noted, Honorable
when
Kana.
are they getting their money?
Honorable Kana, we get you. That's noted. MEC will respond to your question. MEC?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Ghana, I think you need to respect the members of the House. You are trying to cause confusion deliberately, and you know that that's what you're doing, and I think it's unfair to the members. I read the response to you very clearly. The 250 million that you are referring to is money that was allocated to JEP, and your question was in relation to COVID-19 relief. So you don't conflate the matters deliberately and try to cause confusion. So you know that after the House has said, I'm going to sign off these responses to you and then I'll give them to you. I ask you to please sit down very calmly, forget about Honorable Makhubela and read the responses. I plead with you, do not try to confuse the House. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I move on to call Member Mabala to read the next question. Honorable Mabala, are you ready for the 7th question? Thank you.
With regard to the 800 COVID-19 ICU beds that were purchased for Kopanong Hospital and Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital with a whopping 776 million, would the MEC please indicate?
There's a cockroach behind you, Mabala. There's a cockroach.
Member Makhubela.
Deputy Speaker, we must have a proper chief whip in the ANC to control their members. We can't continue like
Honorable Mekwebo, now we don't fan the fire.
We can't continue like this, being harassed by the members of the ANC caucus.
So why do you harass me?
It's wrong, man.
Honorable Mabala, just hang on. Let me deal with this. Honorable Makhubela, I don't know why you keep on interrupting. Honorable Mabala, let me get this. Honorable Makhubela, can you allow the member to present her issues in peace, please? I don't know why she's your target of focus on cockroaches. Members.
This Mabala, what is she saying? But what must he do when there's a
We told you There's no chief whip there in the ANC. People are controlling themselves.
Member
There's no order there.
You don't have order. You're just speaking as you wish, and you want others to be in order.
Control your members. Control your members.
No, man, come to order.
Control your members. They're always out of order.
What must I control? Because you yourself are out of order. You are just speaking as you wish.
And allow members to continue here. You can't be harassed by your members.
Honorable Mukwebo. Are you done? Honorable Mukwebo, I've got this. I do not need that shouting. Honorable Makubele, can you get off the back of the member Mabala, of member Babals? Allow her to We'll come to supplementary questions if you've got something to say. Thank you very much. Can you keep quiet? Member Ezra Tulangu. Sit there. Keep quiet. Can you keep quiet? I do not need your intervention. I've got this. Member Mabala, can you continue with your question? Colleagues, you'll speak when the time comes. Supplementary questions and remarks is coming. Member Mabala, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Fighter Deputy Speaker. With regard to the...
now we go to...
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker. With regard to the 800 COVID-19 ICU beds that were purchased for Kopanong Hospital and Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital with a whopping 716 million, would the MEC please indicate why, number one, why did the department pay 220 million for 300 ICU beds calculated to amount to 73,000, calculated to amount to 73,000 paid by the department for each ICU bed in Kopanong Hospital? Number two, why did the department pay 496 million for 500 ICU beds calculated to amount to 99,200 paid by the department for each ICU bed in Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital? And number three, which companies were rewarded this exorbitant contract? In your response, MEC, please, I'm pleading with you, provide the details of these companies for the above mentioned hospitals, and please answer all the questions. I'm tired of you saying yes, yes, no, no. Thank you.
Honorable Acting MEC Mamabulo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Firstly, let me acknowledge the question by Honorable Mabala. The reply to question 1 to 3 is as follows. With respect to the delivery of ICU beds in Kopanong and Chris Hani Baragwanath hospitals, the Department of Health has entrusted and continue to entrust DID, the Department of Infrastructure, as the leading department and agency on the delivery of all infrastructure, including health infrastructure, and therefore the ICU beds. In line with the mandates of departments, and in particular DID, we do not intend to violate, undermine, nor transgress and erode the authority of the department and its mandate. And therefore, we believe that the delivery of ICU beds is correctly under the purview of DID. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mabala, do you have a short remark or a supplementary question?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you know what? I'm not going to allow Member Mama Bolo to keep on misleading the House, because eventually he's going to be in trouble. What I'm asking now, it's for the Department of Health. It's not for the Department of DID. I know that DID has their own budget where they they have to take care of certain projects. But let me take him back, because this amount, it's on a COVID-19 expenditure disclosure report. Hence, I asked this question to the Department of Health. So can the MEC please be honest to this House? Because it's not the first time you're misleading the House, and this is in contempt. You are in contempt of the legislature. And we as the EFF, we are not going to allow that. I could see that when you came here to answer, you couldn't even look me in the eye, because you know very well that you are misleading the House. So please tell us, where is the 7,600?
The MEC must look you in the eye.
7,600.
You want the MEC to look you in the eye.
Order.
If you use this money for corruption, let us know so that we can be able to take those who tout the money into account. Thank you.
Thank you. I now open for members according to Rule 1347. I open up for supplementary questions and remarks from members. None, thank you.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In connection of a remark to the MEC, I'm disappointed because the first question which is raised by Member Mabala.
Camera, please. Camera, honorable member.
He's wearing pajamas.
It's a remark, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm disappointed with the response from the acting MEC, more especially on the question which is raised, the first one, which is just direct to say, how can a bed cost 73,000? And then he is shifting the matter to DID, of which this thing happened to his department. But it's fine. We'll continue with these questions until we get the proper answers. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable MEC.
Very much. The remarks of members are noted. Thank you very
much. MEC?
He said the remarks are noted. That's all. He's always saying that. And if he's going to run away from disclosing where the money went, he's going to be in trouble. I can tell you now.
Thank you, Honorable Mabala. Let me call you again for the next question, question 8, or 8th question rather. Please read your question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hope he's going to answer this one once more. It's a lot of money. We're not talking about hundreds here. We're talking millions. So MEC, Mama Bol, you must not come here and play with the people of Gauteng. My question is, with regard to the 588,136,000 allocated for the refurbishment and upgrading at Ashanti Gold Hospital in West Rand, would the MEC please indicate, number one, why did the department allocate so much money on a hospital that was still in a good condition? And in your response, please indicate the actual refurbishments done to the hospital. Number two, was this hospital earmarked for the COVID-19 pandemic influx? Number three, if yes to 3 above, is the hospital currently accommodating any COVID-19 patients? And number 4, if not to number 2, if not to number 3 above, is the hospital currently being utilized for public health care since it was allocated more than 500 million? Thank you. Hopefully you will answer, because it's also from the same report. I've got it in front of me. Don't run away. I'm here. We're here today.
Thank you, Honorable Mabalas. We're all here. Yes, thank you. Honorable MEC, please answer.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members.
You must look at the member in the eye, Honorable MEC.
Yes, eye contact, please.
Is that which rule? Is that a new rule?
Yeah, it's a new rule. So I can see if you're telling lies or the truth.
Yeah. No, Honorable Member, these meetings are virtual meetings. There can be that requirement. It's not possible. I can only look into my laptop. Now, with respect to this question, the reply is as follows. The refurbishment and upgrading at Ashanti Court Hospital in the West Rand is being delivered and led by the Department of Infrastructure Development, which is the leading agency on all infrastructure. And as the Department of Health, we respect the constitutional and legislative mandate of the Department of DID, and we do not intend to violate, undermine, transgress, and erode the authority and mandate of this department. And we therefore believe that the delivery of ICU beds in Anglo Ashanti is correctly within the purview of the Department of Infrastructure Development. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary question or a remark?
I do have a remark, Deputy Speaker. I was supposed to note it. It's on record, hey, that the reason I'm asking this question to the acting MEC, Mama Bole, is because it's on the Gauteng COVID-19 expenditure disclosure report. And this report covers April to July 2020. And the matter that I'm referring to, it's on page 7 of the report. So I don't know why is the acting MEC referring everything to DID, because if this expenditure disclosure report, the money was from DID, why is that money appearing in the health department report? Are you trying to say, MEC, that there was a duplicate? So it means there was 716 DID, la shumisha engwe gape 716 ka mo health, la phinda gape la tšea 518 la isha Ashanti ka DID, la phinda gape la tšea la isha ka mo health. Hence 500 billion e fedile ya COVID-19. It's because of bukruku and corruption elidiang. So ke nyaka gore mamohlale o botse this house gore tšhelete e ile kae, and o ska tlogela mnyontsho o tsena ka mo tswa ka mo. Re nyaka di nnete mamohlale, re nyaka o tseba gore tšhelete ya setšhaba e ile kae wena MEC Mama Bole. Thank you.
I now open for members to ask supplementary questions and or additional remarks as per rule 1347.
Okay. Kanyile. Chilwane.
Yes, Member Kanyile, you can ask your question or make your remark. Unmute.
Thank you very much. I just want to find out from the MEC if he will be willing to provide time to educate members about how DID is playing a crucial role in delivery of service, because it looks like the problem we have is the understanding of who delivers the infrastructure in the government. Thank you, Chair.
That's the only member remark. Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, MEC.
Deputy Speaker.
Oh yes, is there another hand? Okay, who's that?
Chilwan, Member Chilwan here.
Member Chilwan, yes.
I wanted to quickly ask Member Mabala as to how did she summarize the cockroach that was
Order, there is no question like that. We are not asking Member Mabala. Thank you very much. We will speak about the cockroaches after our piece here. Honorable Member MEC, please respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Deputy Speaker, my apologies. I just want to start by saying to Honorable Mabala, I think when you make a request that I should look you right in the face, please return the favor, do the same, be consistent. So when you were making requests, you were not looking at me. So please, Honorable Member, be consistent. Now, so I think the question I'd like to respond to is that of Honorable Member Kanyile. I think he's asking a very important point. First, my reply to him is that I am willing to engage the House on how, as client departments that receive infrastructure delivery services from DID, we work with DID without encroaching on its mandate, how we work together to make sure that there's delivery of infrastructure. One of the issues that regulates the delivery of infrastructure, it's a government national treasury policy called Infrastructure Delivery Management System, IDMS. This is the policy, and there's been adjustments made on this policy. There's a new version that has just been released, but the thrust of it, members, is that delivery of infrastructure by DID and client departments work on a technical system known as the gate system. And each department has got a role to play in the sense that at every level of delivery, at every critical stage, there are decisions that we make as a department, and there are those decisions that are made by DID, and both combined constitute the core of the delivery process. Now, when members ask questions, they should ask those questions that relate to the role of each department as prescribed in the Infrastructure Delivery Management System, IDMS. And it is in this context that if we do not know, if we do not understand the environment in which we work, like Honorable Mabala clearly, we will create massive confusion with respect to what this delivery policy is saying. So I want to propose to Honorable Member Kanyile that perhaps maybe we should have a debate in the House on the IDMS policy, the delivery process, the role of client departments, and the role of DID as the leading agent on the delivery of infrastructure, so that when we do oversight, we are well informed by what is the role of each department in what is called the gate system and in the IDMS process. And I'll be willing to make my contribution if afforded the opportunity. But it is in this context that I think we should respect each other's mandates and also clearly defined in the government policy and not conflate roles and responsibilities. And when we do our robust oversight, it should proceed from the basis of policy and law. It can't proceed from abstract thinking in our minds, some of it bordering on intellectual comorbidities, which definitely will create massive confusion. So honorable members, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Acting MEC. I now call upon Member Badenhorst to read the ninth question.
Thank you, Speaker. As we currently know, Most of our youth are on drugs and desperately in need of proper government assistance. Could the MEC please answer the following questions? 1, how many treatment centers are there currently operational? Where are these centers situated? And how is it possible that the budget is decreased for treatment centers for the sake of COVID-19 when so many youth are still roaming the streets without any treatment, yet social development had the audacity to say that they have reached their targets? Number 2, is there any legislation for drug addiction? And if there is, why is it not implemented yet? How many youth get tested each month? Where does the testing take place so that oversight can be done to see if these testing measures are adequate? And how many defaulters do we have and how do we get hold of them? And is there any register with the particulars for follow-ups? Number 3, how many foster care centers are there in the province? And why was the budget decreased? And number 4, how many school uniforms were distributed to these foster care centers in the past 5 years? And is there any proof of such distributions until now? As well as how many food parcels were distributed to these foster care centers? And how much are they being funded if they were brought to life 5 years ago and left to struggle with orphans and foster children without any proper funding and are still waiting for social relief? Number 5, MEC, why is there a decrease in ECDs? And what is happening with the licensing of these centers? Is there not enough land? Why is the ruling party depriving these vulnerable children the opportunity to grow in a learning environment? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Badenhorst, for the question. Response to question
Your camera.
1.
Camera,
Speaker,
MEC.
I have a challenge with my camera. It doesn't show my face. It's just when it's turned off, it's just black. IT still trying to assist me with that.
Yeah, it's the big jam.
How can I do that, Mokwebo Mar?
Honorable MEC.
Leseo said it to me. I'm repeating what you are doing in this house.
Honorable Mokwebo, thank you very much. Honorable MEC, please try to fix it because even last time, that's what you said, and you said IT is on it. So let's have it fixed, ne?
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Response to question 1, the department has one government-run inpatient treatment center, and the department funds 14 inpatient treatment centers managed by the NPOs. All these centers are operational and remained open and admitted service users who needed treatment during COVID-19 levels 5, 4, 3, and 2. The budget for the treatment centers was not reduced. The addresses of the treatment centers are attached as Annexure A. Member Badenhorst will get it with the question. Response to question 2, the department is responsible for administration of the Prevention and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act number 70 of 2008. This is the current legislation that regulates provision of services in the field of substance abuse. The testing takes place at the registered treatment centers, outpatient and community-based services that are funded to provide medical interventions. There are 14 funded inpatient centers and 1 government-run centers, 18 outpatient and 13 community-based services, and 4 funded halfway houses that provide drug testing. The database of centers and services administering drug tests is attached as Annexure A. The number of youth tested per month depend on those who report for treatment and on the bed capacity in cases of inpatient centers. There are registers that are kept for those who access treatment and have been tested at the registered facilities mentioned above. The attendance registers with names of service users are available at treatment centers. The average number of youth tested each month at treatment centers is attached as Annexure B. Response to question 3, there is no foster care centers in the province. Response to question 4, there are no foster care centers in the province. Response to question 5, the decrease of the ECD centers is as a result of some municipalities reviewing bylaws and applying the amendments retrospectively by revoking the health certificate or permits issued. The registration of ECD centers by the department is dependent on the issuing of health certificate or permit by the municipalities. The department is currently constructing 3 ECDs in various parts of the province in order to promote access to previously underserviced communities. It is envisaged that the 2 facilities will be completed before the end of 2020-2021 financial year, and 1 facility is anticipated to be completed before the end of 2021-2022 financial year. Although land availability plays a vital role in the development of greenfields projects, budget constraint has also limited the department to upscale the development of social infrastructure. The department continues to engage provincial treasury for additional budget through the process of infrastructure development management process. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Badenhorst, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark to make?
Remark, please, Chair. Chair. MEC, thank you for your answers. The thing is this, MEC, I think I'm not gonna ask for a list because you should have provided the names and the places where these centers are. But I'll go and search for it, and I'll do my own oversight and see if the real thing is happening there. Thank you.
I now open up for members to ask questions or supplement or short remarks.
Yes, Speaker, it's a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I think the MEC can assist the House on question 5 there. She said there is a municipality, some municipalities are reviewing the policy. But can she tell the House which municipalities which is referring to? Those are some which is talking about. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. For an example, the Mirafong municipality, where we were allocated a space or land to build the ECD, they had to review it because the land that was allocated, it was discovered that it is dolomitic, so we had to now submit for us to be allocated a new land. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call on Honorable Mufama to read the 10th question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In May, the Gauteng Provincial Command Council decided to build a special COVID-19 wards within existing hospital and clinics accommodate the growing numbers of positive cases across the province. The Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, DID, along with the health portfolio, were at the forefront of this project. In May, the commitment is intention of providing a total of 3,056 beds. It has only managed to provide 1,126 beds from external entities so far. With this in mind, will the MC respond to the following? Number 1, why is the department dragging implementation execution of project? In your response, detail what the delays results in DID failing to execute its commitment. What is the total budget allocation for implementation of the commitment made in May? In your response, indicate the amount in rents and cents. What is the total wasteful expenditure of this department as a COVID-19 restriction decrease? In your response, detail the amount in rents and cents in addition to providing a detailed account for why the said amount was wasted. Number 4, what the plans does the department have regarding the special building infrastructure after COVID-19 to avoid an element wasteful expenditure? And which areas and hospitals will receive immediate assistance in dealing with crumbling infrastructure and lack of maintenance? In response, indicate the ward, region, the total budget allocated in rent and cent, the start date and completion date. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ms. Mutara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker and Member Mopama, thank you for the questions. The responses are as follows. For question 1, the department has delivered 1,709 beds to date, which include 1,260 general ward beds and 519 ICU or high care beds. The delay in the delivery of the beds, which is the ICU beds that are still remaining to be delivered, using the alternate building technology beds projects. These had only commenced in July 2020. The total budget allocation, which is question 2, the response is as follows. The total budget allocation for the COVID beds is 2.5 billion rand, 95,788,781 rands and 41 cents. On the question, what is the total wasteful expenditure of the department? The response is as follows. The COVID-19 projects are still being audited as the audit process is still underway. Once finalized, the outcomes of the audit process will then indicate if there were cases of wasteful expenditure. Question 4, which asks about what plan does the department have regarding the specially built infrastructure after COVID to avert an element of wasteful expenditure? The response is as follows. All of the projects, excluding Nasrec Field Hospital, are in current existing hospital vicinities. Most of the beds allocation is within the wards of the hospital and can further be repurposed after the pandemic. The ABT bed allocation is also within the vicinity of the hospitals, and these beds will be used to supplement the existing capacity of the hospitals. The ABT beds are currently being constructed at 4 hospitals, namely Dr. George Mukari, Jubilee Hospital, Baragwanath Hospital, and the Kopanong hospitals. And as indicated, they will be used to supplement the existing capacity of the hospitals. The 5th question, which areas and hospitals will receive immediate assistance in dealing with crumbling infrastructure and lack of maintenance? The details are as follows, and they've asked for the ward or region, the total budget allocated in rands and cents, the start and completion date. The response is as follows. The costing, just to indicate, we can only provide the costing after the tender process, because some of these have been advertised and some are due to be advertised for tender. We cannot therefore make the internal budget allocated known until, because that will compromise the competitive bidding process. The hospitals are as follows. Dr. Yusuf Dadu, which is in Ward 17 in the West Rand region. Its start date is October 2020. Its end date is November 2023. Leratong Hospital is in Ward 17 in the West Rand, has the same start and completion date. Carltonville Hospital in Ward 17 in the West Rand has the same completion and start date. The Sterkfontein Hospital in Ward 17 in the West Rand has the same start and completion date. The Sebokeng Hospital, which is in Ward 45 in Sedibeng, will start on the 15th of January 2021 and will complete in January 2024. Kopanong Hospital, Ward 45 in Sedibeng, has the same start and completion date. Beki Mlangeni Hospital, which is in Ward 46 of Johannesburg, City of Joburg Municipality, has the same start and completion date. The Edenvale Hospital, which is in Ward 32, has the same start and completion date. The Dr. George Mukari Hospital, which is in Ward 30, in the Tshwane region, has the same start and completion date, which is January 2021 up to January 2024. The Jubilee Hospital, which is in Ward 75 in the Tshwane municipality, has the same January 2021 to January 2024 end date. The Weskoppies Hospital is in Ward 60 in City of Tshwane, has the same start and completion date. The Mamelodi Hospital, which is in Ward 18 in the City of Tshwane, has the start date of March 2021 and the end date of March 2024. The Tembisa Hospital, which is in Ward 100 of Ekurhuleni, has a start date of January 2021 and end in January 2024. Tambo Memorial Hospital in Ward 32 of Ekurhuleni Municipality will start in January 2021 to January 2024. It must be noted, Deputy Speaker, that the duration of these projects must be considered against the fact that these hospitals are live sites. Decanting will have to take place in a way that does not interrupt the services that need to be provided by the hospitals. And the work that will have to be undertaken in the hospitals will be phased in approaches as we are working, as these are not greenfield projects, but we are working in live sites, and therefore the duration of the projects is as indicated. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mufama, do you have a supplementary question or a remark?
No, Deputy Speaker, I'm okay. Thanks very much.
Okay, I open for members to ask a supplementary question or make a short remark.
Please. Yeah, it's a remark, Deputy Speaker. Let's hope the MEC of Infrastructure will join other MECs who are busy dealing with the officials who are busy looting our state resources. I must say this, Deputy Speaker, in short, that we are very disappointed that GID built a school in a wetland, and the chairperson of Infrastructure Committee, he was very furious about it. We are just waiting for the action. Want to see it was not a grandstanding. Thanks very much.
Deputy Speaker, it's Member Mabala.
Member Mabala.
Can the MEC take a question?
Yes, it's time for short remarks and supplementary question. Or you want to ask outside
No, I want to ask now.
When I say outside, I'm saying outside what was presented. Remember, the supplementary question is linked to the initial question.
No, it's linked. It's linked.
Okay, ask.
Yeah. Thank you. MEC Mutara, can you please clarify us as to with regards to the ICU beds, because I heard you responded on the ICU beds yourself to Member Mufama. I would like to find out, because I asked the question regarding the 16 million for the ICU beds in Kopanong and Para Hospital. So can you please maybe, if possible, give us a breakdown, and also, if possible, tell this House if that 716 million was the responsibility of DID. Because Member Mama Bole actually failed to answer, because the questions are sort of linked. Thank you.
MEC Mutara.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member is asking about the ICU beds in the 4 different hospitals. Maybe just to indicate that these hospitals were appointed through a tender process. So it was done after the emergency process was closed. So we did not use the emergency process to appoint service providers for these hospitals. So it followed a shortened advert period. So it was an urgent basis within the PFMA. On Kopanong Hospital, the hospital is to provide 300 beds. 300 ICU bed spaces. So that means that, and these are greenfields, so that means that it includes planning, concept design, design development, as well as procurement, construction. The construction includes at Kopanong, the provision of bulk electricity supply upgrading, because the electricity supply provided by the Sedibeng municipality was inadequate, as well as electrical installations, as well as plumbing and drainage, as well as sewer, water, and fire installations. The project cost of Kopanong Hospital is 220,774,174 Rand and 35 cents. To date, the expenditure at the project is 33,810,542 Rand. We are currently dealing with the fixes in terms of the ABT construction or ABT use fixes, and construction is ongoing. As indicated, we followed the normal tender process and follow the IDMS, which Honorable Mamabolo spoke about earlier on, to be able to approve all stages with the client as well as the contractor. At Chris Hani Baragwanath, this ABT project is to provide 500 ICU bed spaces. So we don't purchase beds, we make infrastructure available for the 500 bed spaces. And that will include all support, the same with the 300 beds, it includes all support infrastructure, such as donning and doffing areas, such as receptions, such as nurses' stations, such as kitchens, etc. So it's not just 500 beds, as the member earlier suggested, that we bought 300 beds. No, we are building 500 bed greenfield facility. This also followed the same procurement process. It was advertised through the tender, also was subjected to probity audits, the same way we do all procurement processes. This project also includes pre-planning, concept drawing, the design development, the procurement, and as well as the construction. The additional work that had to be done at this facility was the roadworks and building of access roads to the Bara facility, because the current access roads were not adequate, as well as retaining wall construction and installation of bulk services, because the current bulk services is only adequate for the current hospital, the current Bara hospital. This project cost is, including VAT, was 496,616,790 Rand and 30 cents. The expenditure to date is 86,079,000 Rand, 79,872 Rand and 18 cents. And as indicated, it is to provide a facility consisting of 500 ICU bed spaces. Thank you. Also, just to indicate that, yes, the budget is with the budget holder, and that is the Department of Health. The implementing department is the Department of Infrastructure Development, and we follow the Infrastructure Delivery Management System, which is a management system provided by National Treasury on all infrastructure to be delivered. It also stipulates the responsibility between the client as well as the implementing department at each stage. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on, moving right along, I now call on Member Mukwebo to read the 11th question. Thank you.
Thanks, DS. Considering that the schools reopened on Monday, 24th August 2020 for all grades, allegedly with no incidents or disruptions reported, will the MEC respond to the following? What measures have been put in place by the Department for Township and Rural Schools that have fallen behind due to frequent closures experienced during the lockdown? In your response, detail when these measures were implemented and what monitoring and evaluation tools are being used to assess the output. How has the department resolved the issue surrounding the restructuring of classes given the limited capacity of learners allowed at schools? How has the department resolved the issues regarding the allocation of substitute teachers, wherein many are unavailable? How will the department resolve the crisis of poor quality of the personal protective equipment for the learners in the lower grades? And how does the department intend on ensuring that they enforce the compulsory rule for any child of school-going age to access basic quality education as we move from one stage of the lockdown to another? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mkwebo. MEC, Wesley Sufi, please respond.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Mkwebo. Truly appreciate. In terms of question 1, we want to answer as follows. The COVID-19 pandemic has created a unique situation which has disrupted the school calendar, thus impacting on the implementation of the curriculum. However, most of the schools that had a COVID case that they needed to report were closed for a minimum of between 2 or 3 days for decontamination and for contact tracing, and where possible, they reopened after going through the necessary compliance matters that were dictated to us by the Department of Health. It must be noted that the department has conducted the COVID-19 orientation sessions with and distributed information materials to all our office-based staff, SMTs, SGBs, educators, and learners on the preventative protocols to be followed to minimize the spread and infection of COVID-19. This was done in preparation for the reopening of schools in June 2020. The department is also working closely with the Department of Health in responding to reported cases at schools and to provide the necessary health education for all and conduct a risk assessment, contact tracing, decontamination, and recommendations for possible closure or partial closure of an institution. The measures put in place since the reopening of schools in June 2020 for schools that have lost teaching and learning time include, but not limited to, the following. Schools are conducting afternoon and weekend classes to catch up. Catch-up programs are monitored and supported by district subject advisors. Schools have organized team teaching in some subjects to address backlog. Teachings were provided with an amended, revised annual teaching plans where relevant content and concept were clustered. Where schools were vandalized or burgled, arrangements were made for the learners to conduct the practical assessment task at neighboring schools. Additional support programs in the FET band, especially from grade 10 to 12, were introduced during the SIP program. Internal school SIP commenced in January 2020, whereas the provincial SIP program was implemented from June 2020. Members might be aware in various communities of late, it's now fashionable to see school kids going to school on Saturday or Sunday. This is part of our catch-up program, is also part of our SIP program. The district used the syllabus coverage and SBA tools to monitor and assess progress and provide guidance to teachers. Districts support completed syllabus coverage and SBA reports to head office. Curriculum reports are also submitted monthly, which provide information on monitoring and to support schools on each and every subject. It must be noted, honorable members, that as part of the support package to schools, we also provide guide and support to teachers so that teachers can navigate with the adapted national annual teaching plans. The following curriculum content packages were made available for all grades and subjects, which included trimmed annual teaching plans from the National Department of Basic Education, exemplar workshops based on key content, PowerPoint presentation based on key content, exemplar lessons plans to assist teachers with the adoption of teaching methodologies, and this included the cross-referencing of free online activities as well as exemplar standardized assessment tasks. In terms of your question 2, Member Ramukwebo, we want to respond as follows. The department has resolved the issue of restructuring of classes through the following: offered all schools direct guidance around the volume of learners to be accommodated, and each and every school was strictly instructed that there must be no more than 50% of learners at the same time in any school in our province. We also issued a set of guidelines to assist schools with the management of their timetables and to regulate the flow of learners on a daily and weekly rotational basis. Further guidance in the form of a circular that was issued to manage the reorganization of classrooms to ensure that a minimum physical distance of 1.5 meters created between and amongst learners and teachers within each classroom. Supplied all schools with PPEs in a form of masks, gloves, aprons, hand sanitizers, soap, and additional hygiene products for all learners and educators in our schools. We also made provision of COVID-19 brigades to all of the most needy schools to facilitate the effective screening of learners, the safer delivery on a daily basis of nutritious meals to learners on the school nutrition program, and ensuring that screening and physical distancing protocols are observed in the rollout of learner transport program. We also made sure that we facilitate the teaching and learning of programs at our schools with various additional initiatives which were undertaken to ensure that the curriculum was made more manageable and that all learners and educators would have access to a range of online resources that will be easily accessed to ensure the seamless delivery of the trimmed curriculum within the limited time available for this important task, to ensure that learners and educators with underlying conditions will not be directly exposed to infection opportunities, and special concessions were made available to both educators and learners, especially those with comorbidities. Where infections are reported, the GDE, in partnership with the Department of Health, will step in to close shut schools, rapidly disinfect and decontaminate the site, offer appropriate testing and psychosocial support services, and speedily reopen the temporarily closed sites so that schooling may resume. In terms of question 3, we want to respond as follows. The allocation of substitute teachers have been a challenge for the GDE. The department has sufficient numbers of educators to respond to the demand, and the department has a database of unemployed teachers in all of the 15 districts, and further has access to the national database for the unemployed educators. It must be noted that each request for substitute teachers by schools is dealt with on its own merit. Schools that have received approval to appoint substitute educators have received assistance from the district HR offices to recruit qualifying educators. In terms of question 4, Member Mukwebo would like to respond as follows. As indicated in a response to question number 5, ED 031 of June 2020, the Gauteng Department of Education ordered PPEs through the central procurement at the Gauteng Department of Health. The department's needs was identified in line with the sector requirements of minimum PPE package for schools and specifications in terms of the Treasury Instruction Notes 3 and 5 of 2020. The list of PPEs ordered for the basic education sector include but is not limited to the following: liquid soap dispensers, brackets for hand sanitizers, medical grade stainless steel to fit hand sanitizers, paper hand towels, germ killing soap 25 liter, hand sanitizers minimum 60% alcohol, 500 meter pump action long nose pump, surgical mask for single use, gloves, surgical and examination, gloves heavy duty, plastic aprons disposable, goggles, face shield, biohazard bin liners, cleansing wipes, digital thermometer scanner, biohazard bags, and close mask. The GDE has received few cases of masks that were inadequate for young children in lower grades during the first round of distribution of PPEs. These were replaced and were also of limited number in distribution. The distribution of PPEs, e.g. closed masks, were distributed in various sizes, namely small, medium, and large, for learners in various grades. The GDE will rely on the knowledge and expertise of the Gauteng Department of Education to determine the specification of the quality and standards of PPEs. If any schools do report poor quality of PPEs, GDE will then engage the Department of Health to verify if the suppliers have supplied PPEs that meets the specification of the quality and standards of the required PPEs. In terms of question 5, he wants to respond as follows. The department has issued a circular to schools on the prevention of learner dropout amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. The circular seeks to emphasize the learner's right to education and the issue of compulsory attendance, create an awareness of the measures that the department has put in place to fulfill the learner rights education and promote compulsory attendance, explain the roles of responsibilities of schools to fulfill the learner's right to education and promoting learner attendance. It must be noted that the department has normalized the schooling environment and put measures in place to encourage learners to continue with their schooling and parents to keep their children registered as learners. With regards to learners who did not go back to school, the department has made the following provisions. 1, register for lockdown learning where they are still part of the schooling in which they are currently registered but are being taught by their parents at home. However, they will write all assessment at their schools. This arrangement is up until December 2020. Number 2, learners and parents have an option to register their children for homeschooling education where they deregister from their current schools to be permanently taught by their parents at home. All learning, include assessment, is the responsibility of the parents. As part of our task to ensure that education is not affected by COVID-19 pandemic, we have put all these measures to ensure that our learners are safe, but also that we don't compromise the quality of education and that our children are prepared to write their forthcoming examination. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member Mukwebo, do you have a supplementary question or a remark?
No.
Are you saying you're covered?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Much thanks. Much thanks. Do we have members that have got questions? Member Mabala?
Yeah, it's just a remark.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for a detailed response, MEC Lesufi. Only if other MECs can be as detailed as you are. And next time, please, when you answer our questions, can you please switch on your camera? Thank you.
Uyasukela manje. Sizihlelele nje asidelela.
Thank you so much, Member Christina Mabale. We truly appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Going to the next item or question, I'm calling on Member Adams to ask the 12th question. Thank you.
Good morning, Deputy Speaker. Good morning to the honorable members. Good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, MEC, Mbali and Klope. During the 2015 edition of the Stephen Pienaar Youth Games, the former MEC of Sports, Rec, Arts and Culture, Ms. Bopape, attended the closing ceremony of the Games in Westbury. The finals were attended by over 5,000 community members. In this regard, then MEC established that the facility was over 50 years old, called the Old Oval Grounds, but all these years never had an ablution and change room facilities. The facility belongs to the city of Joburg, of which various discussions ensued on how to normalize and reconstruct the facility into a multifunctional youth, sport, and culture center to accommodate some of the social needs of the society in the Westbury and surrounding areas. In this regard, the MSC convened a public meeting and introduced the concept to rebuild the facility into a Mabaleng concept of a new innovation of container infrastructure. The community accepted the concept and the department commenced the infrastructure planning. And initially in the allocation was 34 million. It was set aside for the construction, but due to infrastructure planning and DID processes, the budget escalated to over 200 million and processes were stalled. Since the concept changed from the container approach to a brick and mortar structure. Thereafter, various permutations of the facility was introduced and discussed with both the community and various stakeholders. The current structure that was now erected is cost 20 million, and this is not what was originally promised to the community. Community engagement was to have commenced on the 15th of April 2019, yet the work was to have been completed by April 2019. MSC with the above in mind, and I know a lot of work has gone into this project, please answer the following. Can the business case, the master plan, and the evaluation of the efficacy of these plans be tabled as soon as possible? Who is the project leader? Has this person and the community liaison officer accounted for misleading the community? Number 3, who is responsible for the chaotic financial engineering? For 16 months after the promised completion date, the project is still not complete. The community wants to know why. What plans are in place to complete this project? And please give us a date when the completed project will be handed over to the community. Thank you, MEC.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Member Adams, I will respond accordingly. Speaker, I am using my device, so I'm just going to transfer quickly so I'm able to read. With regard to question 1, you ask, can a business case, a master plan, and an evaluation of the efficiency of the plans be tabled as soon as possible? Yes, the business case, the master plan, and the evaluation of the efficiency of the plans will be prepared for tabling as requested. The department appointed the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management as the implementing agent on the 8th of November 2015 for the planning and design. DID appointed Indingo Gulani Group to undertake planning and design. Indigo Gulani developed several costed concepts due to scope changes. An assessment of the capacity of the current approved business case and master plan to produce the desired outcomes will be conducted and tabled accordingly. With regard to your question 2, who is the project leader? Mr. Lindom Teto Nzingwa was appointed by DID as the project manager, and the community liaison officer is Mr. Daniel Botha. With regard to your question 3, the project costing and design adjustments were undertaken by the professional service providers, PSP, Indigo Gulani Group appointed by DID. During the design, planning, and costing process, several design concepts were developed and costed by the PSP. With regard to your question 4, the project was completed on the 10th of April 2019, and the occupation certificate was issued by the City of Johannesburg on the 13th of May 2019. The facility was handed over to the department on the 10th of June 2019. The project is now past the defect liability period, and a handover to the municipality has been delayed due to the consideration given to the commitments made by the department to the community of Westbury. With regard to your last question, the community is currently unhappy with the current project scope, At a meeting we had held with them on the 10th of April 2019 with a range of stakeholders, the department made an undertaking to address the improvements and concerns raised by the community by the end of the current financial year, subject to budget availability. These improvements include providing lighting, upgrading the current fencing, providing additional facilities, including change rooms, providing additional grandstands, and moving the hub office currently at the Union Stadium to the facility. Due to the concerns, the formal handover of the site was delayed. However, based on the commitments we have made, a business case for funding the additional scope to address the community concerns is being prepared, and the responsible PSP will be engaged accordingly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bishop. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Deputy. Yes, Deputy. Thank you. I just wanted to ask the MEC, is she aware of the fact that the hub that MEC is referring to, that was placed at the Union Stadium, has since been vandalized and burned? So that hub is no more. It is containers that were supposed to be transferred from Union Stadium to the new Mabaleng project, and it's totally destroyed. And just a comment, if I can, Deputy Speaker, is the issue of the Mabaleng. We need it. I asked the question. I'm fully aware of the processes because I've been part of the processes from the inception and the beginning. But I think it's a pressing time, MEC, that we need to get some kind of date for completion, because there is a groundswell of dissatisfaction to the point that there are threats that people are saying that this facility is meaning nothing to them, and that they are threatening to even vandalize, and that's what happens in our communities, is that we spend so much money and after a while it's burnt and it's vandalized and things are stolen. So I would really ask that a pertinent date be given in terms of when we can go back to the community with the MEC to say that on that date we are foreseeing that this project will open, because as MEC is saying, it is complete and just a few things needed to be done. Please, Deputy Speaker, thank you so much.
I now open further questions or remarks from members. Thank you, none. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I fully agree with Member Adams. He knows that we have visited the community when the Portfolio Committee was embarking on its study, particularly of the facility that was there. There are minor defects that are there, but minor as they are, they're quite critical to the community and ensuring that they are able to utilize the facilities fully. So, and that is why we have delayed the project and are making sure rather to make sure that we do hand it over as soon as possible. We are equally mindful of the vandalism that is taking place, and that is why this project remains one of the priority ones that we are dealing with. One of the things that we have committed to the community in their anger, because they had indicated that there's been lots of promises that have been made to them and so forth. And one of the commitments we did make in our early visits to them was to indicate that this project is one of the priority projects of the department as far as our infrastructure programs are concerned, and that because it is merely minor defects that are there, that is why we've been able to bring in an acting chief director who is tasked with ensuring that this project and others like it are prioritized accordingly, so that we do conclude on these and we stop speaking about them because we do need to hand them over. And I think we have a great appreciation for how critical the social infrastructure is for the communities that are there and the developmental role that it ought to play. So Member Adams, I think your concerns are taken seriously, and you do know that we have committed as the department to make sure that we do conclude it. Unfortunately, I can't give a conclusive date because, as I indicated, that there is a study that is being embarked on. We still need to engage with the DID and so that they engage the PSP responsible for this project. But what we have committed to was to indicate that at least by the end of the financial year, we must have resolved this matter. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Moving to the last question. I call on Member Bloom to ask the 13th question.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. My apology, my camera doesn't work. To the MEC for Health, regarding the fire at the Bank of Lisbon building, will the MEC please indicate, 1, what investigation was conducted into this fire? 2, when was the investigation completed and a report submitted? 3, why has this report not been made public? 4, what are the findings of this report? And 5, what action will be taken based on the findings and recommendations of this report? Thank you.
MEC, please respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members, and Honorable Jack Bloom. The reply to your question is as follows. One is that, as you are definitely aware, state institutions in different spheres of government, that is national, provincial, local, announced investigations on the fire in the Bank of Lisbon. And this includes the City of Johannesburg, SAPS, the Department of Labor, and the Office of the Premier. Now, in other words, the Department of Health did not announce or conduct an investigation on Bank of Lisbon. And this is purely because the Department of Health was itself a subject of the investigation since the fire started on the floor in the Department of Health. We therefore cannot announce results of investigations we did not conduct. And secondly, on the fire that took place in the Department of Health. And as I said, this is purely because we cannot be the referee and the player at the same time. We are the subject of investigation from all these institutions I've referred to. And to that extent, we will not conflate our mandates. And we leave the matter there. We hope that the honorable member will be able to engage these institutions on the reports and the work they have done. Thank you very much.
Honorable Bloom, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker. I have to say this is now 2 years after a devastating fire. People died, a lot of damage. It did happen at the offices of the Gauteng Health Department. Will the Honourable MEC please give a comment on the delay? What does he feel about it? Is it acceptable that 2 years later we still don't have a report? I just think on a human level, that, or at various levels, accountability, human justice, why have we not had a report at all of a very tragic event? Thank you.
I open up for members who would like to ask questions or supplementary questions. Make remarks. Thank you. Honorable Mabala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to find out from the MEC as to what kind of support was given to families of the firefighters that lost their lives in the line of duty, if there was any support that was given to them, because that was a tragedy. It was indeed a tragedy, and we need to know what has the department offered or supported to these poor families. Thank you.
MEC, please respond.
Thank you very much. With respect to the question by Honorable Jack Bloom, I would want to stick to the point that we would not want to be a referee and a player we can't express an opinion on activities of those who are investigating us. Otherwise, it would be prejudicial to their work. And we rather remain in our role of cooperating with the investigations and giving all the information that is required. With respect to Honorable Mabala, in addition to the visits that were conducted to the families, including by the Premier, the provincial government, and even of late, Honorable Dr. Bandile Masuku participated in some of the activities. So to the extent of solidarity support, the department has provided that. But in relation to any material and financial support or any support in kind, I will need to get the full details of that. I do not have that information at this point. But the department did provide support, solidarity to the families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Before we move on to the second item and close this part of the program, there was an error on the part of the Presidium as it relates to member statements, or rather motion without notice by member, the Chief Whip of the NC. I did not check for seconder and subsequent adoption. Do we have a seconder for the motion as presented by Chief Whip Kumalo?
I second.
Who is that? Member?
Mike Moriarty.
Member Moriarty, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
now put the question for adoption. All those who want to adopt or move on, who second the adoption, can they say aye?
Aye.
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 Those who do not agree with the motion, can they say no? Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for that. The ayes or the yes have it. Thank you very much. If this part of the first item is done, we're moving on to the second item by the Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. May I then request that the Secretary read the first order of the day?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the year 2020 to 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Kamini, please present your committee report.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, honorable members of the executive and honorable members and leaders of political parties. I would ask that Chair of Chairs, the other part of the report be taken as read. I'll only go to the executive summary. The committee's oversight report represents an assessment of the GPL's first quarter of performance against the adjusted annual performance plan of 2020-2021 financial year. Due to the implications of the lockdown as a result of COVID-19, GPL had to amend the APP to ensure that its operations respond appropriately. This meant that choices had to be made to ensure that only the activities that would be feasible under the conditions imposed by COVID-19 are achieved, while those that would require physical interaction were limited, and unless alternative mechanism could be devised to ensure that such performance can be achieved. The process was coordinated with the Office of the Chairperson of Committees to ensure that the administration's support plans are adjusted accordingly to support the mandate of the committees and the House. This resulted in an adjusted 2021 APP and budget presented to the Speaker's Budget Council and the presiding officers by the year 2020 and 2021 financial year. Operational plans of the committees and the administration were also adjusted to reprioritize and respond to the new ways of operating in line with COVID-19 related regulations. The GPL continued to conduct oversight and scrutiny over the executive's performance. The GPL produced a quarterly oversight report on the performance of committees, which seeks to measure the performance of GPL committees in line with COVID focus areas, thereby responding to the mandate of the Standing Committee of Chairpersons to oversee the performance of committees in this quarter. A total of 11 performance targets were set, 8 were achieved and 3 were not achieved. The Standing Committee on Petitions considered 30 petitions, with 9 being rejected. Of the 30 petitions that were considered, 12 were from the 2018-2019, while 18 were from the 2019-2020 financial years. The committee has previously expressed concern about the backlog that exists within the GPL petition system. The committee noted with concern that the State Information and Technology Agency was appointed to provide support to the GPL to develop the 5-year ITC strategy, which commenced at the beginning of the quarter and it's expected to conclude in September 2020. In response, the GPL indicated that ICT strategy process conforms to the institutional ITC strategic planning framework that is based on the best practice methodology. This framework requires an architectural assessment and external technology assessment to be performed to ensure the ICT plans are aligned to business needs, and the GPL does not have an architectural center of excellence and no roles exist in the organization. In terms of the budget allocation, the GPL was allocated a total amount of 248 million for the quarter under review and spent 221.6 million, which represent 89%, and underspending by 26 million, which represents 11%. The GPL reported that the underspending is attributed to the compensation of employees at 11.1 million and goods and services at 15.3 million. Compensation of employees underspent due to the delays in the implementation of the annual cost of living adjustments, underpayment of 13 check, unfilled vacancies, and reduced overtime claims due to working from home owing to and reduced overtime claims due to working from home owing to COVID-19 pandemic. Goods and services underspent largely due to, amongst others, activities that could not be undertaken due to COVID-19 and the declaration of the state of disaster. Delays in submission of invoices by service providers, advertising, print room rental, cell phone contract, municipal rates and taxes, 3G data contract, and audit fees. The committee is of your view that the first quarter performance targets were implemented under trying circumstances as a result of COVID-19 lockdown. Thus, it took a lot of adaptation of the operations to attain the reported performance. The quarter was ended with an overall of 73% achievement, while non-achievement achieved accounted for only 27%. The committee noted that measures to prevent over and underexpenditure have been put in place, such as early warning reports set to programs on the 1st and 15th of each month to prompt program to spend in line with projections for the month. Expenditure reports are set to programs and committees monthly to track progress against budget implementation. Projections are compared to actual expenditure. All requisitions are released based on compliance with approved spending plans, relevant policies and acts, and availability of funds. And each program and committees are allocated budget officers to improve financial management and to ensure continuous support and advice on financial matters. I would like to acknowledge the cooperation of the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Mihwe, Provincial Secretary, Mr. Skosana, and senior management team during the consideration of the first quarter performance quarter. I would also like to thank the support and the dedication of the following members: Honorable Kumalo, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Ngube, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Msibang, Honorable Moody, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Bukwebo, Honorable Mabala, and Honorable Adams. The committee would also like to thank the support and the dedication of our support staff, Ms. Vas, Ms. Lamini, Ms. Montisi, Ms. Makato, Mr. Mukhale, Mr. Mdlalose, Ms. Netivuyu, Mr. Sitole, Ms. Soni, Ms. Singh, and Ms. Katisi, and Mr. Simelane. After due deliberation, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature adopted the report unanimously in accordance with Rule 164. The committee presents the committee report for consideration and adoption by the House. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. Is there any seconder to the adoption of the report? Any seconder?
Yeah, it's Mpapa. I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpapa. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary.
Yes.
Secretary, thank you. The Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly report of the Office of the Premier for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dlamini, please present your report.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs and honorable members in the House. I will ask that the part of the report that I have not read be considered as read. The committee notes that the declaration of the national state of disaster overlapped with the commencement of the new financial year on the 1st April 2020. The Gauteng provincial government moved swiftly to rethink its approach to ensure business continuity service delivery, as well as putting systems and processes in place to drive a comprehensive response to COVID-19 pandemic. This includes the provincial coronavirus command council, the district command council, as well as local government structures and various work streams. That includes, among others, comprehensive health response, social security responses, enforcement and compliance, and economic response. The committee notes that the Office of the Premier allocated 208.9 million for the implementation of the planned targets in the quarter under review. Program 1 administration received an allocation of 61.6 million and recorded actual spending of 33.6 million, which is 55%, reflecting an underspending of 28 million, which is 45% of the quarterly budget. The committee notes that underspending was mainly due to delays in the verification process to enable payments of the life asset demand claims. Program 2, institutional development, was allocated 70 million for the quarter under review and registered 66 million, which is 95% actual spending, reflecting 3.8 million underspending, which is 5% of the quarterly budget allocation. It is noted that underspending was as a result of stakeholder engagements and various events that were put on hold due to coronavirus lockdown. Program 3, policy and government, received an allocation of 77 million and spent 84 million, which is 109% overspending by 7 million of the quarter budget allocation. The office reported that overspending was mainly due to the transfer payments on the first and second quarter to Harambee for Tsepo 1 million, which were both processed in the quarter under review. Performance of the APP target shows that the Office of the Premier recorded 65% achievement and 88% quarterly budget expenditure. The committee notes that the Township Economic Development Bill was submitted to EXCO in June 2020 and is undergoing stakeholder engagement process and consultation stages and is expected to be expanded to the local government level. The bill will undergo verification process covering regulatory reforms which emphasis on licenses and establishment of business and policy reforms, focusing amongst others on programmatic support to townships, unlocking corridor development, partnership with private sector, as well as short-term and immediate relief to small businesses. It is noted the bill will be referred to GPL in October 2020. The rigid verification process of life asset demand claims is appreciated as this protects the abuse of public resources. It is noted that all the claims received in the quarter under review were paid and the verification process is still in progress. Family disputes in relation to splitting of the award in half with the victims contributed to the slow process in the processing of payments in the quarter under review. The performance of the Office of the Premier in the quarter reflects 65% APP targets achieved and 88% budget expenditure. The committee notes that the lockdown has affected most of the services in the Office of the Premier, but the overall performance has been satisfactory. While the office has extensively reported on how it diverted unused funds from its delivery programs to fund COVID Essential, the committee is concerned about the emergence of corrupt practices surrounding the PPE tender system in the GPG. Financial controls need to be tightened and promote transparency to strengthen governance in public sector. The poor performance on preferential procurement of people with disabilities is concern to the committee. It is noted that the Office of the Premier achieved only 1.42% as opposed to the target of 5% in the quarter under review. The Office of the Premier should provide disaggregated percentages of the people with disability, women, youth, NVOs who benefited from capital projects that are underway in Gauteng, as well as the mechanism put to place to ensure that these marginalized groups are not excluded from these business ventures. The committee further proposes the need to reinvigorate the debates of bringing back GOD committee in the GPL to strengthen and monitor the plans targets for these targeted groups and to ensure that they are not sidelined. This would also assist in addressing youth employment in SMMEs positions and to strengthen oversight on GOD targets. The committee is still not satisfied with TEPO 1 million performance and is concerned as to whether it is generating results that are equivalent to the financial resources invested in this program. The committee is of the view that the financial resources injected into this program is not producing the intended results. This project seems to benefit those who oversees the implementation at the expense of the intended beneficiaries. The diversion of this project from its mandate of catering for the aspiring young entrepreneurs to start up businesses is also concerning to the committee. Discussion should be revived to assess the money spent annually on this project against the outputs that this program is yielding. The Office of the Premier should enlighten the committee on the mechanism put in place to address vandalism of schools and projects that have been stopped by the so-called business forums in the province. The resolution of these challenges needs to be fast-tracked to bring in order the revitalization of the economic activities in the province. Rentals of government offices is also a concern to the committee. There is a need to identify land and build offices instead of wasting money servicing and maintaining leased buildings that are dilapidated. The Office of the Premier's successful mediation and closure of medical legal cases, which resulted in the total saving of 38.8 million, is applauded. This achievement is attributed to the improved case management system and proper tracking and recording of cases. The committee notes that the GGT plan remains a broad framework for Gauteng and has undergone remodeling process and will await an update on the changes made. On the findings of the committee is concerned about the poor performance of preferential procurement for PWDs in the quarter under review, where only 1.42% as opposed to 5% was achieved. How are the targeted groups such as the PWDs, women, youth, and the NVO benefiting from capital projects that are underway in Gauteng? What are the mechanisms put in place to ensure that these marginalized groups are not excluded from these business ventures? The committee is concerned about the rental of government offices. What has been done to ensure identification of land to build offices instead of wasting resources servicing and leasing buildings that are dilapidated? The committee is concerned about the stopping of projects under implementation in the province by the so-called business forums who are not community representatives. What process has been followed in the appointment of contract as well as ensuring community buy-in on projects in their areas? What is government doing with these organized business forums who disrupt projects by demanding 30% share? How is the 30% share calculated and paid to the so-called business forums? The committee is concerned about the emergence of corrupt practices surrounding the PPE's tender system in GPG in the quarter under review. The Office of the Premier should provide a report to the committee on the mechanism put in place to mitigate poor performance on the preferential procurement. The Office of the Premier should report to the committee on the measures put in place to phase out the rentals of government offices. The Office of the Premier should provide progress report to the committee on mechanism put in place to address the stopping of projects. The office should also provide reports to the committee on mechanism put in place to mitigate corruption in the province. The report should further highlight progress update on the SIU investigations on the PPE-led tender regulations. The committee will hereby like to thank and acknowledge the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier, Honorable David Makura, the Director General, Ms. P. Baleni, and the team of senior managers. I would also like to thank members of the committee, Honorable Kumalo, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Msimang, Honorable Modi in absentia, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Adams, Honorable Alberts, for their diligence and commitment during this process. Furthermore, the committee would like to thank the following support staff for their dedication and support. Ms. Vas, Ms. Lamini, Ms. Mahato, Ms. Montisi, Mr. Montisi, Mr. Mtagane, Mohale, Sitole, Nechivuyu, Zondo, Katisi, and Simelane. After due deliberation, the Oversight Committee of the Premier's Office and the Legislature adopted the report unanimously in accordance with Rule 164. The committee presents the report and recommendations made herein for consideration and adoption by the House. I so move, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. Is there a seconder to the adoption of the report?
Madam Chair of Chairs.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Makubela, I stand to second the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Makubela. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly report of the Department of Cooperative Government for the year 2020 to 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable KP Diallo, please present your committee report, ma'am.
Re ke simolole ka go dumedisa mme modulasetulo wa dikomiti, ke dumedise le boetapele ka go farologana ga bona ba ntlo eno le baagi ka kakaretso ba Gauteng. Mme modulasetulo ke kopa gore ditemana tsa ripoto eno tse ke sa tlong go di bala di tsewe gore di badilwe. Re le committee, we noted that in terms of oversight on budget expenditure, the department indicated that the expenditure is at 22% against the allocated budget of 151 million during the quarter under review. The department managed to pay 100% of invoices received within the stipulated 30 days for the first quarter of the 2020-21 financial year. In terms of participatory democracy, the activities of the community development workers were suspended due to the national lockdown as imposed by the national government. The department reports that CDWs were tasked to ensure monitoring of compliance for lockdown regulations in communities. The department also reported that 2 municipalities, that is City of Ikuruleni, Midval, are functional according to the tracking tool of Back to Basics. There are no activities reported on gender, youth, and people living with disability, shortened as GOD, in the quarter under review. The department did not establish all hazard incident management teams in the first quarter of the 2020-2021. Another deviation has been the department's inability to support the Lesedi municipality with fire brigade services. And also in terms of risk assessment, the department had no target from this basis. Our committee concerns and recommendations are as follows. Noting the financial performance, the department has spent 22% during the quarter under review, which falls within the financial regulations of the Public Finance Management Act. However, the portfolio committee noted with concern the underspending on Program 2, which is local governance, and Program 4, traditional institutional development. The portfolio committee is also concerned in terms of overspending and CAD on Program 3, that is development and planning, to avoid fiscal dumping by the end of 2020-2021 financial year. On performance information, the portfolio committee noted that several quarterly outputs were not achieved and postponed to the next quarter of the financial year because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The portfolio committee also welcomes the first quarterly performance report of the 2020-2021 financial year and consider the oversight issues raised. Moving quickly to our concern, really Lekgotla committee, we noted that there were no civic awareness programs implemented in the first quarter due to provincial treasury not allowing tenders to be advertised. We also know that district development model was stalled due to COVID-19 lockdown and has been moved for implementation in quarter 2. The portfolio committee also noted the non-approval of the concept document to support municipalities with capital expenditure framework that has been developed. We also noted with concern the non-achievement of the automated meter reading for large power users target in Emfuleni local municipality to account for all 2,000 users and replace faulty and tempered meters due to COVID-19. Really, committee, we hereby recommend the following, and that the department should provide responses to the portfolio committee by the 30th of October 2020. The department should share the catch-up plan that has been developed to ensure that the target of implementing the civic awareness is going forward, applied to ensure sustainability. We will also monitor the implementation of the district development model in the second quarter. The department should ensure that the capital expenditure framework concept document is approved and implemented in all the municipalities. The portfolio committee will monitor the implementation of this target as this will assist municipalities in their prudent spending of their budgets. Committee also views with utmost concern and non-achievement of the automated meter readings for large power users in Emfuleni, which accounts for all 2,000 users and replace faulty and tempered meters due to COVID-19. This will tamper with the revenue collection of Emfuleni, and the non-placement of faulty and tempered meters will cause more further damage to the systems and promote illegal connections. Furthermore, as a committee, we are concerned that most of the targets that were not implemented in the first quarter are being shifted for implementation in the second quarter targets. However, the portfolio committee will, through its oversight mechanism, ensure that all the targets shifted to the second quarter of the financial year are achieved. I hereby, Honorable Chair of Chairs, wishes to thank the Honorable MEC Ntate Maile and the HOD Red Qileshe, together with their team from the Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, for their cooperation and participation in portfolio committee activities. I also further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honorable members of the portfolio committee on COGTA and Human Settlement, Bonake, Honorable Paul Malema, Honorable Busisiwe Munwe, Honorable Greg Schneeman, Honorable Msimanga, Honorable Sirokta, Honorable Klamini, Honorable Tong, Honorable Lidwaba, Honorable Dilange, and Honorable Dalton Adams. Furthermore, as a portfolio committee, we also want to appreciate the work and contribution of our staff members. as named in the report. Madam Chair of Chairs, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements tabled its oversight report on the first quarter performance report of the Gauteng Department of COGTA for the 2020-2021 financial year for adoption by the House, considering the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Diale. May I check if there's any seconder to the report?
Paul Malema, I second the report, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I now ask the question. All those who agree with the report, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Those who disagree, please say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly report of the Department of Human Settlement for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Honorable Diale to please present your quarterly report, ma'am.
Ke a leboga mme modulasetulo wa dikomiti jaaka ke kaile ko tshimologong gore ke kopa ntlo eno e ntumelele gore ditemana tsa report tse ke sa tlong go di bala ba di tseye jaaka di badilwe. I am now tabling the Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on Gauteng Department of Human Settlement as per the current financial year. Madam Chair of Chairs, ke kopa gape le ntumelele gore ke present fela executive summary, concerns and recommendations of this report. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlement has submitted its first quarter report to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Through this process for the annual appropriation. Okay. I think, sorry, my apologies, Chair of Chairs. The department has received and allocated a total of 1.459526 billion to the first quarter, and as at the end of the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 352 million, which translates in an overall expenditure of 24%, and the department was supposed to spend 100% by the end of the quarter. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee noted the expenditure of the first quarter per program report as follows. Program 1 was allocated 143 million, and the department spent 70.436 thousand, registering an expenditure of 49%. This shows that the program underspent by 51%. Program 2 was allocated 5 million, and the department managed to spend and registered an under expenditure of 38%. Program 3 was allocated around 1.263 million, but the department spent and registered an expenditure of 21%, which shows an underspending of 79%. And program 4 was allocated 47,000, but the department spent 10 million, registering 22% expenditure. The program underspent by 78%. Furthermore, within the allocated budget for the quarter under review, the Portfolio Committee noted the department spent 24%, and the following were noted amongst others. The department partially achieved its target on procurement budgets that targets local suppliers, as 55.42% was achieved out of the total budget allocated on this program. Around 116 million was spent on local suppliers. In terms of the percentage of procurement budget that targets businesses owned by women, the department partially achieved its target of 30% and managed to achieve 16.54% out of the total budget, and only 34 million was paid to businesses owned by women. With regards to 20% of procurement budget that targets businesses owned by youth, only 4.78% was paid to businesses owned by young people in our province. Out of 210 million, out of around 210 million paid, only 10 million was paid to businesses owned by young people in the province. On the percentages of procurement budget that targets businesses owned by people living with disabilities, only 6.2% was achieved against a planned target of 5%. In terms of the number of informal settlements upgraded per financial year, there is no informal settlement that were upgraded. However, interim services were provided. There is 1,000 VIP toilets were provided in Citibank, and 5,819 honeysuckers were provided in Beggersdal. There was no planned activity undertaken during the lockdown period. However, the cited interventions were implemented. Number of UISP sites, categories A and C, upgraded per financial year. The planned target was 2.550 and no UISP sites were upgraded. The 362 beneficiaries were relocated to Elijah Bagai from surrounding Kutong informal settlements. Number of UISP, I think it's 50 units completed per financial year. The planned target was 1.8 and no units were completed. No construction activities were operationalized during the lockdown period. And our committee concerns and recommendations are as follows. I'm sorry about that. The portfolio committee noted that all programs underperformed and most of the work will still be done in the second quarter, which might cause overspending. The portfolio committee is also concerned with that. No employees on site to report on work opportunities created during COVID-19, and if things were done through technology, work would have been done smoothly. We are also concerned as a portfolio committee with the minimum use of technology by the department to render some of the services to people of Gauteng. In relation to work that was supposed to be done during quarter one, COVID-19 impacted badly on or negatively to the work of the department. The portfolio committee noted that the department is using 4 honeysuckers servicing over 10,000 individuals. 1 million rand is spent per month on 1,000 chemical toilets at Sicelo Sisheka and 5.2 million per month on honeysuckers. The portfolio committee noted that the department is providing 47 chemical toilets in Ratanda, Westside, and Tepisong with no monetary value of these services. The portfolio committee also picked up that there's no correlation between the budget expenditure and targets achieved. The committee remained concerned with no systems in place to avoid double allocations. The committee also noted that the department has started a biometric system in the previous administration to avoid allocating houses to people who already have houses in other provinces. We hereby recommend the following to the House, that the department should respond to the House to the portfolio committee by the 30th of October 2020, that they should submit plans on how overspending will be avoided, taking into account that most work started during the second quarter, that the department should move on with technology to be better prepared for future pandemics, that the department should provide a report on how COVID-19 impacted the work of the department per program. We are also concerned that what is that what is it that the department is going to change in terms of using technology, even beyond COVID-19? For example, receive number of jobs opportunities created and to provide services such as processing and issuing of title deeds. A detailed report should be provided regarding the 1 million that is to be spent per month on 1,000 chemical toilets as Sicelo Sisheka and 5.2 million per month on honeysuckers. The report should provide the names of the service providers rendering the chemical toilets and honeysuckers. The department also should provide the portfolio committee with the monetary value of the 47 chemical toilets in Ratana, Westside, and Sepiso, and state the names of service providers that are providing the above mentioned services. The department should also provide the portfolio committee stating how much money was spent on what in relation to budget expenditure and targets achieved. The department should provide an updated report on the biometric system on any other strategy in place to avoid double allocation. As a portfolio committee, we wish to thank the MEC and the team within Department of Human Settlements. As the chair, I also wish to acknowledge and express gratitude to members of the portfolio committee as named before. We further also appreciate the contribution by staff members. Madam Chair of Chairs, in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlements present the oversight report on the first quarterly performance report 2020-2021 financial year of the Department of Human Settlement for adoption, taking into account the proposed recommendation made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Member Diale. Is there any seconder to the adoption of the report?
Madam Chairperson, I rise to second the report. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson of Chairpersons and Comrade Paul Malema.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Member.
I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. All those not in favor say no. Thank you very much. The yes have it. May I then request the secretary to read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Health Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly report of the Department of Health for the year 2020 to year 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paladin Khamela. Please present your quarterly report.
Ke a leboha modula stulo wa badula ditulo. Nna modula stulo wa khoro ya tsa maphelo Rebecca Paladidi Ramela ke tlisha tafoleng report ya khoro ya tsa maphelo ya karolo ya pele ya ngwaga wa 2020-2021 financial years ka tsela e. Ke gopela gore modula stulo wa badula ditulo dikarolo tse ke sa di balang mo reportong ya legono mo re kopaneng mo di tsewe gore ke di badile. The objective of the first quarter report is to monitor progress in terms of budget appropriation and to identify areas of underperformance. The total appropriation budget of the Department of Health for the year 2020-2021 financial year, it was 55 billion. By the end of the first quarter, the department should have spent 14 billion, which could have been 25% of that budget. However, the department spent 22%, meaning they spent 12 billion of that budget. The department seemed to be underspending and overspending across its programs in the quarter under review. The committee is noting underspending in most programs, and the department should provide a clear plan to improve this in order to ensure that by the end of the financial year, there will be no underspending. Under vote 4, 8 programs are funded, and those programs are administration, district health services, emergency medical services, provincial hospital, central hospital, health sciences and technology, health sciences and training, healthcare support services, as well as health facility management. The department has set its targets at 97, and it was important for the department to address all of these targets. Of the 97 targets, only 44 were addressed, meaning 48% were achieved, and 47, which is 52%, were unachieved. Overspending is observed on the following programs: on administration, 89.3%, healthcare support services, 29.1%, health facility management, 26.8%. Those were where the overspending was seen. On underspending, it is observed on the following programs: the district health services, 18.8%, emergency medical services by 16.4%, provincial hospital services by 21.7%, central hospital services by 21.9%, health sciences and training, it was by 13.5%. On achievements, the department has the following achievement for the quarter under review: severity assessment code incident reported within 24 hours, complaint resolution rate in primary health care facilities, maternal and mortality in district health facilities, severe acute malnutrition, death under 5 years in district hospitals. On ideal hospital status, it was also achieved. Postnatal visit within 6 days post-delivery, infant PCR test positive around 10 weeks rate, malaria inpatient case fatality rate, EMS-P1, urban response time under 15 minutes, EMS-P1 rural response time under 40 minutes. Challenges highlighted. The following are highlighted key challenges that are also raised by the department for the quarter under review. They included the following: primary healthcare facilities with functional clinic committees, primary healthcare utilization rate, primary healthcare facilities implementing quality improvement initiatives, child under 5 years diarrhea and pneumonia case fatality rate in district hospitals, patients tested for HIV, ART patients remaining on ARTs, couple year protection rate, antenatal first visit before 20 weeks, vitamin A dose 12 to 59 months coverage, TB patients lost for follow-up, TB treatment success rate, vital and essential medicine availability, as well as immunization under 1 year coverage. On intervention, on primary healthcare utilization rate, the department reported that this was due to the restrictions that were introduced during lockdown, resulting in low uptake of primary healthcare services. On ART, clients remain on ART. This was not achieved due to the lockdown regulations. The immunization coverage under 1 year was not achieved. This is due to the COVID-19 lockdown restrictions, as there was a little number of people attending the primary health care services. On antenatal first visit before 20 weeks, this was due to the low primary health care attendance during lockdown. On child under 5 years pneumonia and diarrhea case fatality, the department will conduct further investigation on causes and distribution for targeted interventions to be implemented. TB patients treatment success rate, the department reported that this is due to tier system upgrade, where there was an error affecting contribution of data inputs. Legal parameters. The department did not comply with Section 5.3 of the Treasury Regulation, read with Section 36, subsection 5 on the Public Finance Management Act, and Section 48, subsection 1 of the Gauteng Legislature Standing Rules by establishing procedures for reporting and preparing and submitting its fourth quarter performance on due date to the legislature. Una le batho ba rasa, Chair of Chairs.
Ke ba thudisitse.
On controls, the report tabled in the legislature has been signed off. On quality parameters, the report controls within the department have been proven to be adequate to ensure compliance. On recommendations, the committee is concerned because of non-reporting on the 89.2% budget spent on administration, non-reporting on the employment of people living with disabilities, as per the Employment Equity Act. On recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should provide detailed strategies on the following by the 30th of October 2020. Detailed breakdown report on how the 89.2% was spent on administration. Report detailing the non-reporting on the employment of people living with disabilities in our province. Intervention plan to improve pneumonia and diarrhea under 5 years fatality rate. On acknowledgements, modulasetulo o rata go leboga ba ba latelang e leng molekgotla phetiši wa rena morena mohlomphegi morena Mamabolo le team ye a šomang le yona ge ba ile ba itapisa go lokiša report ya ngwaga ya mathomo ya kotara ya pele ya ngwaga wa 2020-2021 gore re kgone go re le maloko a lekgotla re šomane le yona. Re leboga gagolo go fetiša maloko ao e leng a komiti e ya rena ya tša maphelo ya Gauteng e leng mohlomphegi Lasindwa, mohlomphegi Takile, mohlomphegi Mabunda, mohlomphegi Bloom, mohlomphegi Fuchs, mohlomphegi Dilange, mohlomphegi Gana le mohlomphegi Mabala. Re leboga gape le komiti e re šomang le yona ka mehla e eteletše pele ke mohumagadi Phantšwa Mbalo, monyakišiši o mogolo e lego ngaka Mokonoto le S Ninweli, and then the senior committee coordinator and Ngidi, committee coordinator and August committee administrator Mukumagajana Tembim Somi, service officer Isaac Ngobo, Hansat staff Mrena Michael Makwela, information officer Wakilen Zibande, and communication officer at A Mokoka, and public outreach officer and Butelezi. On adoption, modulasetulo wa baduladitulo, Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164. The Health Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Health first quarter report for 2020-2021 financial year e amogelwe ka mo ntlong ka ge ile ya amogelwa le ko committee, taking into account the committee concerns and recommendations made in this report. Ke a leboga modulasetulo wa baduladitulo.
Thank you very much, modulasetulo, Dr. Dikhamela. May I request a seconder to the report?
Madam Acting Chair, Member Bloom to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bloom. I now pose a question. All those who agree with the report, please, who agree with the recommendation, please say yes.
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 Yes. Please say no.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly report of the Department of Education for the year 2020 and to 2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honorable Chilwane, please present your quarterly report of Department of Education.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. As the Chair of the Committee of Education, hereby table the Portfolio Committee report on the Gauteng Department of Education, first quarterly report for the 2020-2021 financial year. The Gauteng Department of Education received a total allocation of 53.5 billion, which has been adjusted to 54.4. the department has spent 11.5 billion by the end of the first quarter of the 2020-21 financial year. This shows that the department has spent 22% of the total budget. The department's expenditure is in line with the Treasury regulation, which indicates that the department must spend 25% of their budget in each quarter. Key highlights for the quarter under review are as follows. The department focused on the delivery of sanitation and hygiene packages, including PPEs, the provision of adequate running water, and sanitation in schools. The department has, through the Gauteng City Region Academy, embarked on a recruitment drive to involve graduates and unemployed young people in the province to be part of the COVID-19 Youth Brigade program. However, payment of the recruit appears to be a challenge. In line with the GDE special budget adjustment towards addressing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on service delivery, the department has reprioritized its activities and operations, as well as revised the outcomes, indicators, and targets across all 7 programs in the 2021 annual performance plan. The department did not meet most of its targets due to the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown regulation. Of the 44 performance outcomes indicators tracked, 29.5% of them were achieved, and 31 were not achieved, such as conducting monitoring visits to independent subsidized schools, the number of classrooms refurbished as smart classrooms, and the number of learners benefiting from the school nutrition program. However, the department introduced new platforms such as convening meetings and trainings via the MS Team platform and the introduction of lockdown learning. The committee commends the department for the way in which it is managing and responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the committee is concerned about the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the education sector, such as the possible increase in the learner dropout rate and the increased vandalism of schools. Since the beginning of the lockdown, 355 schools were vandalized, and of these, 116 schools experienced repeated vandalism. The spending pattern in the first quarter suggests that the department has put in place sufficient measures across various programs to achieve its 2021 financial year objectives, especially in Program 2. The committee noted the department continues to have trouble spending in infrastructure development and examination education related services. Chair of Chairs, can the areas that I will not read be considered as read? Moving to committee concerns and findings. Firstly, the committee is concerned about the increasing vandalism and destruction of school property. The committee is concerned about the non-payment of youth brigade recruits due to non-submission of required documentation by youth brigade recruits. The committee is concerned about the possibility of increased dropout rate due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee is concerned with progress made in respect of the relocation of early childhood development program to the Department of Social Development. On recommendation, the first, number one, the department to work closely with community-based organizations, law enforcement agencies, and relevant departments to address the issue of vandalism and destruction of school property. A progress report should be submitted by the 30th of September 2020. The department to assist with provision of required documentation in order to ensure that youth brigade recruits are paid by the 30th of September 2020. The department to implement a strategy to avoid an increase in dropout rate due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. A report should be provided by the 30th of September 2020. The department is requested to provide a progress report on the relocation of early childhood development program to the Department of Social Development, and this should also equally be done by the 30th of September. The committee would like to thank the MEC Wodumo, Honorable Banyazali Sufi, and the Swallows team and its senior officials for the presentation of the first quarterly report and the substantial and sustained efforts they've made to inform the portfolio committee of the details of the quarterly report And further, would like to thank the honorable members of the committee, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Mpisi, Honorable Ramulifo, Honorable Malapo, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Deval Alberts, and Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. The committee would further like to thank the support team as led by the group committee coordinator, Ms. Zuziwe Panchwambalo, and all the team involved. In adoption of the report, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report of the Gauteng Department of Education first quarterly report for the 2021 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns and proposed recommendation in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shilwane. Can I check if there's anyone who seconds the report?
I second the report, Chair of Chairs.
Your name is?
Humeramli.
Thank you very much, sir. I now pose a question. All those who agree with the report say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, MEC Otumo.
Thank you very much. All those who say who disagree with the report say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Sports, Arts, Culture, Recreation Committee Oversight Report on the first quarterly report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the year 2020-21 financial year. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. May I then call Ntate Matseke? Please present your quarterly report, sir.
Chair of Chairs, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I will be presenting the quarterly performance of the department. Chair of Chairs, ke kopa gore part ya report e sa balang, the House consider the part as having been read. Why the Chair of Chairs o kgolela go magale sa se maemo. O ka reng ke bikitse Setswana jaaka member di ale le member di gamele. Mara ke tla ithusa ntse go tsamaya. Ba betsa Setswana bontle. Mara re ke tswelele Chair of Chairs. For the quarter under review, the department received a quarterly budget allocation of 133,419,000, of which they spent 102,128,000, which reflects 76.6% and underspending of 23.4%. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation was one of the hardest hit by COVID-19, as most of the industries in sports, recreation, arts and culture depend on direct human contact and are held both indoors and outdoors. And we are hopeful, Chair of Chairs, that will soon move to level 1 so that this sector and the industry can be able to open. The department managed to achieve only 14 targets, which represents 18% of the 76 targets they set for themselves. This was attributed to the accruals from the previous quarter. Hence, you will notice that there are no correlation between the budget spent as well as the budget allocation with regard to this particular quarterly report. For the first quarter, the Gauteng Film Commission was allocated 8.1 million and they spent 5.9 million, which reflects 74% expenditure and underspending by 24%. They plan to hold some activities virtually and encouraged staff to work from home where possible. They plan 23 service delivery targets, and of those, they managed to achieve 14, which reflects 61%. On committee recommendations and concerns, the committee is concerned with the following. The department continues to maintain a high vacancy rate and non-achievements on the target for people with disability, though this is attributed to restrictions imposed by DPSA. The experienced underperformance is similar to the performance of the previous financial year. 2, the department indicated that they have spent funds on a backlog of invoices and accruals, as I've already indicated. On 3, the department reported that they have procured Wednesday Leagues arts and culture equipment for 113 schools, and this will be rolled out to schools in the 4th quarter. This program has not been launched, and the equipment procured will not be utilized until the program is official. For the legal and governance sub-program of the Gauteng Film Commission spent 56% of their allocation during the quarter under review. However, no board meetings were held during the 1st quarter. 5, the department did not provide mitigation plans for activities that could not be achieved in the quarter under review due to COVID-19 pandemic. On committee recommendations, the committee recommends the following and should be responded by the 30th of October 2020. Provide the committee with the recruitment plan, inclusive of people with disabilities. Provide a breakdown of funds spent on backlog of invoices and accruals and the impact this has on the budget of the current financial year. Provide the committee with a status report on Wednesday Leagues program. Provide a breakdown on the 56% expenditure on legal and governance sub-program of the Gauteng Film Commission. Provide the committee with mitigating plans per program for targets that were not achieved in the quarter under review. On acknowledgement, the committee wishes to thank the MEC and the acting HOD of the department. The committee will further want to acknowledge the commitment of honorable members, Honorable Ndlovana Ibi Letswalo, Tin Ndlovu, Chabalala More, Masemola Zitangano, Khadebe, and Ndate Adams. The committee also wants to thank the following support staff led by Mayor Banzombalo, Mayor Nenweli, our committee coordinator, Mayor Segubudu, committee researcher, Mayor Shikwana, committee administrator, Ndate Tabula, information officer, Mekiewicz, communications officer, Ndate Dikola, public participation officer, Ndate Mohlala, our Hansard recorder, Tate Makwela, and our service officer, Mayor Mama Bolo. In terms of the adoption, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Rule C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sports and Arts and Recreation recommends to the House that the first quarterly report for 2020-2021 financial year be adopted with all the recommendations as presented to the House. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matsake. May I then check with committee members if there is any seconder from the committee?
Member Adams seconds, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Adams. I now put the question. All those who agree with the report, please say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, MEC Watumo. May I then also check if there is anyone who disagrees with the report, please say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on an investigation into the role of the Gauteng Partnership Fund in providing financial support to the housing developments project for the year 2020. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Honorable Diane, please present your FIS.
Ke leboge mme modulasetulo wa bo mme le bo rre badulasetulo jaaka ke dumedisitse baagi botlhe ba Gauteng le ba honorable members mme modulasetulo ke kopa o ntumelele go presenta our focused intervention study report as the portfolio committee of COGTA for financial year 2020-2021. The portfolio committee, please note, and apologies, Chair of Chairs, please note parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read. The The Portfolio Committee on COGTA undertook the FIS in line with its annual performance plan and program for 2020-2021 as guided by the budget cycle model and the program evaluation and budget report paradigm as adopted by the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. It has to be noted that this FIS is another endeavor by the Portfolio Committee to ensure the realization of Outcome 8 on sustainable human settlements and improved quality of household life, and Outcome 12 on efficient and effective development-oriented public service and empowered, fair and inclusive citizenship. The identified focus areas was in respect of investigation into the role of the department in supporting the 40 contractor incubators which emanate from Program 1, namely administration and evaluation of the role of Gauteng Partnership Fund in providing financial support for housing development projects emanating from Program 3. The core focus of this program is to build integrated, cohesive and sustainable communities by ensuring that innovative services and infrastructure are provided to create sustainable human settlements. This FIS was guided by issues emanating from the Portfolio Committee's consideration of the Vote 8 2020-2021 midterm expenditure framework allocation. The Portfolio Committee noted this with concern as some of the issues could have been covered in those responses. Nonetheless, what has been raised as per the identified topic was due to the need for further probing despite the responses already received to both verbal and written questions. Madam Chair of Chairs, I'll not take you through the process that we followed. I hope members are familiar with the process, but just to say the rationale for the FIS was that during the consideration of the 2020-2021 budget, the Portfolio Committee agreed to undertake an FIS oversight visit to determine the progress made with regard to an investigation into the role of the department in supporting the 40 contractor incubators and an evaluation of the role of the Gauteng Partnership Fund in providing financial support to housing development projects. The main aim of the study was to assess the role played by the department in supporting the 40 contractor incubators and the role played by the fund in providing financial support to housing development projects. And investigations into the role of Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng in supporting the 40 incubators was undertaken. In terms of the incubation program, the department strives to ensure that the 40 incubators are registered, and 10 were women-owned businesses. The other 10 was for youth-owned businesses, while the others were 10 was for people with disabilities. And this was on the job training program that was supposed to create opportunities for the incubators themselves. The highlights or the presentations were focusing on the role played by the department to support these incubators, as well as the role played by the fund in providing the financial support. The presentations by 40 contractor incubators. As a Portfolio Committee, we received presentation from some of the 40 contractor incubators, and most of them submitted submissions. If not all incubators feel that the department failed them in this project, as they received appointment letters without getting jobs within opportunities as created by the department. They don't know if the program still exists or not, and feel like they were let down by our government. And I hope I hope that the department will assist us in bringing closure to this program by assisting these emerging contractors. And most of them were appointed since 2018 without any opportunities offered. The findings of the FIS was that the Portfolio Committee noted with concern that in the previous financial year, the department has been struggling to achieve the targets pertaining to the incubation program. The department did not report on any strategies in place to ensure that during the year under review, these targets will be achieved. The following were noted. The department failed the contractors by providing them with appointment letters and failed to give them opportunities. The department created expectations with contractors and failed to communicate their challenges. It seems as if the department did not have a policy document for this program. Contractors did not have a specific person to address their challenges to. It seems the training for contractors was also not an accredited training. We also noted that GPF will receive a contribution of about 119 million in the current financial year, which will assist to strengthen its strategic objectives of increasing and leveraging private sector funding for affordable housing in Gauteng, with the aim of increasing the rate of delivery of sustainable human settlement in the province. The funding is expected to increase to 350 million in 2020-2021 financial year. The criteria of getting a job from the project and the relationship between GPF and HRA as well as FLIPS is clear, taking into account the high demand of housing. Chair of Chairs, also in line with the public participation mandate and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the Portfolio Committee did not interact with public during the FIS due to COVID-19 regulations, but rather we did an online stakeholder engagement. The Portfolio Committee has raised with concern that the department has been struggling to achieve the targets pertaining to the incubation program. The response to the Portfolio Committee recommendation only became due on the 30th of August 2020, and we have not gotten the response yet. And the Portfolio Committee findings and recommendations are as follows. The following concerns were noted by the committee: that most incubators received contracts and did not get jobs, and it's not clear what caused the project not to succeed. It is not clear whether there is any policy document regulating this program. The committee notes that the incubator program is one of the projects that was affected by the budget cuts during the budget adjustment for the financial year. Most of the appointments were as old as 2014, and the department, in reporting that incubators were provided with unaccredited training, lack of reporting on where incubators were placed, or timelines on when they are going to be placed. The portfolio also noted that there's no communication between the department and the incubators. And on GPF, the following were our concerns as a portfolio committee: lack of reporting on the GPF loan book per municipality and approved loans were allocated, lack of reporting on where and how many projects are completed and how many are still under construction. The portfolio committee remained concerned with regards to the role of GPF and SHIRA on FLIPS and taking into account housing demand, lack of reporting on the criteria used to get a job from GPF. The following are our recommendation, and we ask that the department should submit responses by the 30th of October 2020. The department should submit a policy document on this program. The department should provide reasons why budget cut on this program while incubators had already received contracts. The department should provide a report from 2014 that stipulates what kind of training incubators received and what kind of jobs were provided. The department should provide a report on where incubators will be placed with timelines. The department should also put measures in place to ensure that there's communication between themselves and the incubators. On GPF, we recommend that the department should provide a report on GPF loan book per municipality and how approved loans were allocated. They should also provide us with a report on where and how many projects are completed and how many are still under construction. They should also provide a report on the role and support they provide to SHIRA and FLISP. The department should provide details on the criteria used to get jobs from GPF. One of the key recommendations in this FIS is to review budget for the 40 contractor incubators. Chair of Chairs, I hereby would like to thank the MEC, Honorable Maile, as well as the HOD of the department for always availing themselves for portfolio committee activities. And as the chair, I would also want to acknowledge my gratitude to honorable members that serve under the portfolio committee. I further also, on behalf of the portfolio committee, would like to express my appreciation and for Mbalo. Chair, please allow me to, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 165. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I hereby present to the House the Focus Intervention Study Report on an investigation into the role of department in supporting the 40 contractor incubators and an evaluation of the role of Gauteng Partnership Fund in providing financial support to housing development projects for adoption, taking into account the observations and recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Diale. I'll check if there's any seconder to the report.
I second, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. I now pose a question. All those in favor, please say yes.
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 All those not in favor, please say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. COGTA and Human Settlement Committee, FIS report emanating from the year 2020 to 2021 financial year budget report of the Department of COGTA on the role of the Gauteng Department of COGTA in the supporting of the traditional leaders, which are Inkosi JJ Mahlangu and Khosi KC Kekana, in relation to the community concern in the city of Tshwane, the case of Hammanskraal and Sekhulumi, and the implementation of the Back to Basics pillar in Mogale City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Diale, please present your report, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I hereby, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, present the Portfolio Committee's FIS report emanating from the budget report of the department for 2020-2021 financial year on the role of Gauteng Department of COGTA in supporting the two traditional leaders, Nkosi JJ Mahlangu and Khosi KC Kekana, in relation to community consent in the city of Tshwane, the case of Hammanskraal and Sekhulumi communities, and also the implementation of the Back to Basics pillars in Mogale City. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides the legislature powers to ensure that executive or government is accountable and that the oversight, lawmaking, cooperative governance, and public participation mandate are upheld. This is fundamentally enforced through the committee systems and oversight models that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature has at its disposal. As one of the tools that the GPL utilizes to dissect the performance of GPL, the Gauteng Provincial Government Departments, the Gauteng Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee, in this regard, has went through a focused intervention study to independently verify the achievements reported by the department. This is the first intervention study which is informed by the department's budget. According to SOM which is an oversight model that we use in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The FIS is part of the budget cycle model, considering that it is the only stage that does not involve submission of reports by a department. Therefore, the subject is not strictly prescriptive, and it ranges from exclusive variables to several variables or all the variables. The crucial aspect of the FIS in the BCM provides the committee with an opportunity to reflect on the work of the completed financial year against the midpoint of the current financial year. The committee has assessed budget projections, departmental budget projections, and implementation processes in relation to what was tabled during the beginning of the financial year. The committee will also focus its oversight mandate based on the state of service delivery undertaken by the department. This is through monitoring and evaluation of the department's performance as indicated in the annual performance plan. During the FSS process, the committee was able to identify critical areas that hamper service delivery, thereby advising the department to address also those matters. I'll not go to the process and the compliance. I'll jump directly to the oversight on strategic priorities. The Gauteng Department of COGTA aims to strengthen corporate governance between municipalities and traditional leaders. The budget increased from 2019 to 2020 financial year in this current financial year in order to provide for implementation of the provincial intergovernmental relations strategy across all the departments. It also aims to address powers and functions of traditional leaders, eradicating illegal traditional initiation schools, and development of the oversight and accountability management model. The allocation will also cater for continuous support for cultural events for the IGR forum with municipalities and relevant stakeholders, and for ensuring that statutory IGR structures are functional. On findings of the FIS, Madam Chair of Chairs, the highlights from the departmental presentation was on the legislative mandate of the traditional leaders and governance. And I will not go through it, but I'll just under here raise the concerns of the community of Amandebele and Zuza in Sokolumi. The following were the issues raised by the community, or concerns raised by the community, that land ownership identified for developmental purposes, as well as allocation of land for grazing, is still a challenge for them. They also raised bulk infrastructure, particularly the distribution of water, as a concern. They are also concerned of high crime rate in their community. They also raised an issue on local economic development support from the municipality and ourselves as a provincial government. I will not labor much on that, and I will go straight to the findings. I'm sorry about that. I'm also noting the socio-economic challenges faced by the communities in Sokolumi. The following are the portfolio committee concerns on the role of Gauteng Department of COGTA in supporting the true traditional leaders in city of Tshwane. That is the one from Hammanskraal and Sokolumi. As per the departmental report received on the 4th of September by the portfolio committee, the Amandebele Banzuza community still have land challenges, and this includes other tribal land in different parts of the province, such as the one in Roslyn and Vlakfontein. In 2013, the department planned to build 500 RDP houses for Sokolumi community. However, it is not clear whether the department has fully implemented this project. Even though the multipurpose center project in the Sokolumi community has been completed, the facility is still without electricity and water. Amongst the stubborn challenges the community in Sokulumi faces is lack of water and sanitation, as well as other service delivery related issues. One of our also concerns as a portfolio committee, while we commend the department on the great work they have done in creating awareness on gender-based violence and substance abuse in the Amandebele Balebelo community in Hammanskraal, it is worth noting and concerning that the department does not have clear plans on GOD mainstreaming in 2020-2021 financial year. The portfolio committee also notes with concern the leadership disputes in the Amandebele Balebelo community in Hammanskraal, which were elevated to the Commission of Traditional Leadership Disputes and Claims. The portfolio committee concerns on the implementation of the Back to Basics pillars in Mogale City local municipality. The following committee noted with concern that Mogale City municipality does not have efficient and effective measures put in place to ensure processing of petitions, including other oversight mechanisms. The portfolio committee noted the inadequate funding on the ongoing prepaid meter projects and pipeline replacements in Mogale City municipality. We are also gravely concerned with the low spending on capital expenditure as well as spending on grants by the municipality. While the portfolio committee appreciates the support by the department to Mogale on ensuring promotion of rates and taxes payments by community, as well as efficient and effective provision of services, the committee is concerned with the slow pace of appointment of senior managers within the municipality. The portfolio committee notes that Mogale City local municipality is in a process of developing a turnaround strategy or plan to ensure effective expenditure management and cost containment strategy. However, the committee is concerned with implementation timelines. The following are our recommendations as a portfolio committee, and we propose that the department should respond by the 30th of October 2020. The department should provide the portfolio committee with an update report on tribal land in Gauteng. The department should provide a clear report on houses completed for the Amandebele Banzuza community in Sokulumi. The department should provide the portfolio committee with reasons why multipurpose center in Sokulumi is without water and electricity since 2018. The department should provide the portfolio committee with a plan to ensure provision of basic services to the community in Sokulumi, provision of water and sanitation. This should include clear timelines. The department should provide the portfolio committee with an implementation plan to further create awareness on gender-based violence and substance abuse, as well as GOD mainstreaming plans within the Amandebele Balebelo community in Hammanskraal for the 2020-2021 financial year. The department should provide the portfolio committee with a status report on the intervention made by the Commission of Traditional Leadership Disputes and Claims on the leadership dispute in the Amandebele Balebelo community in Hammanskraal. The department should ensure that Mogale City local municipality establishes the petitions committee as well as effective oversight committees to ensure accountability and good governance. A progress report in this regard should be presented to the portfolio committee. The department should ensure efficient, effective, and economic use of the financial resources, especially funding of priority projects such as prepaid meters and pipeline replacement projects in the Mogale City municipality. In giving support to the Mogale City, the department should ensure prudent spending on CAPEX projects and grants. The department should provide the portfolio committee with an update report on filling of senior management vacancies within the Mogale City local municipality. The department should provide the portfolio committee with a progress report on the implementation of the turnaround strategy plan to ensure effective expenditure management and cost containment strategy. One of the key recommendations we're making in this house, Madam Chair of Chairs, is the adequate spending of grants, especially municipal infrastructure grants by municipalities. The portfolio committee therefore recommends timely allocation of these grants to municipalities. As the chair, I hereby wish to thank the MEC and the HOD, together with the team within the Gauteng Department of COGTA, for their cooperation and participation in portfolio committee activities. I also wish to express gratitude to honorable members, Member Malema, Member Mngube, Member Schneeman, Member Msimang, Member Sirota, Honorable Member Dlamini, Honorable Tong, Honorable Lidwaba, Honorable Dilange, and Honorable Adams. Furthermore, we wish to also express appreciation of this and contribution of the staff members as led by Me Mbalo. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement hereby presents to the House the Focus Intervention Study Report on the role of the Gauteng Department of COGTA in supporting the two traditional leaders, Ntate Inkosi JJ Mahlangu and Khosi KC Kekana, in relation to community concerns in the city of Tshwane, the case of Hammanskraal and Sokolumi communities, and the implementation of the Back to Basics pillars in Mogale City. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Diale. Is there any seconder to the report?
I second, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no. Thank you very much. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Committee Oversight Report on FIS report on how to prepare heritage monument to stimulate economic development in the province. A focus on the Kagiso Memorial and Recreation Center, Wipatong Monuments and Youth Center, and Women Living Heritage Monument. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honorable Matseke, please present your report, sir.
Chair of Chairs, I will be tabling the FIS on behalf of the committee, which the focus point was on the heritage monuments, on how they are ready to stimulate the economic development in the province. The focus on the Kagiso Memorial and Recreation Center, Wipatong Monument and Youth Center, as well as the Women Living Heritage Monument in Tshwane. Chair of Chairs, may I request the part of the report that I will not read be considered as read by the House. I will focus mainly on the conclusion that will incorporate the findings. The findings of the study indicated that there are serious challenges in the implementation of infrastructure projects in the department, specifically on monuments. Chair of Chairs, I must indicate that when we chose this FIS topic, our focus was mainly on the three monuments. We deliberately excluded the June 16 monument as well as the OR Tambo precinct in Ekurhuleni, precisely because of the two monuments are currently operational. But we then decided as a committee that we'll undertake an oversight visit to those particular two monuments, not necessarily visit them as part of our focused intervention study. It is also worth noting, Chair of Chairs, that during our visit, there was an indication that those that could have been given the responsibility to construct these monuments, the appointed contractors, most of them, they did not have experience with regard to how to construct the heritage component of monuments. Their main focus was on the construction of the building itself, not necessarily on the monuments. Hence, when you visit these facilities, you will find out that the most of the construction work could have been done. But when it comes to the heritage component, which is an area where the focus of the monuments are, the heritage component is a bit lacking. The construction of these monuments aimed at facilitating healing and symbolic restitution for different communities and for future generations. However, this has not been realized, and the delays experienced has dire consequences for the department in terms of promoting and preserving heritage for these three monuments and the intended economic spin-offs thereof. The committee is of the view that there are poor intergovernmental relations between all the stakeholders where these facilities are built. The appointment of staff to work in these facilities is not properly managed, by which resulted in community unrest. It is concerning that municipalities were not properly consulted during the conceptualization and construction of these facilities, but expected to take over the management of them in most instances and inherit the structural defects or challenges that comes with these facilities. Moreover, funds transferred by the department for the operationalization of these facilities is not sufficient, leaving municipalities with a huge responsibility of the maintenance of these facilities. There seems to be no consequence management for companies that perform poorly, resulting in delays in operationalization of these facilities, such as failure to obtain occupancy certificate, main contractors not paying subcontractors who then punish the department while the department paid for their services, poor workmanship and not adhering to project completion dates, which has dire financial consequences to the department. The department informed the committee that it was unable to operationalize these facilities due to lack of funding because of the project's variations that has huge cost implications that the Treasury finds unfit to fund. However, I must say during the roundtable discussion, the committee observed that the Treasury was willing to assist the department to fast-track the delays experienced by the department, which failed to submit inclusive and convincing business cases for funding, which then made it difficult for Treasury to commit funds. On committee concerns, the committee is concerned with the following. A lot of money has been spent in building these monuments that are not functional after completion, and some are dilapidated prior to them being utilized. There seems to be no consequence management for companies that perform poorly, resulting in delays in operationalizing these facilities due to structural defects as identified in both the Kagiso Monument and the Boipatong Monument. The Women's Living Heritage Monument has not been awarded occupancy certificate due to fire certificate non-compliance and backup power generator challenges. The subcontractor for the Women Living Heritage Monument is holding the heritage and artwork due to funds owed to them. The department does not have funds to complete the outstanding work for the Women Living Heritage Monument due to project variations. It is concerning that the professional services company signed off the construction work of the facility while there is outstanding work. The Boipatong Monument and Youth Center was completed in 2014, but is not operational and the structure is dilapidating, as we have already indicated. The youth component of the Boipatong Monument and Youth Center is not equipped. There is a dispute between the department, DID, and the community of Boipatong regarding the employment of locals in the facility, which has delayed the operationalization of the monument. Furthermore, there are structural defects such as plumbing, sewage, ceiling, electrical work, fire extinguisher system that is not working at these different monuments, but more especially at the Boipatong. The committee was informed that the 45 computers that were donated to Boipatong Monument and Youth Center were stolen, allegedly by the subcontractor that was not paid by the main contractor. The Kagiso Memorial and Recreation Center is not fully operational, and the project scope changed from the initial plan. The research on the Memorial Park was not completed. The Kagiso Memorial and Recreation Center building has cracks inside and outside. There is poor workmanship. However, the facility received the occupancy certificate on the 28th of September 2016. There is a poor security of these multi-million facilities, which then exposes them to theft and danger. Some of these facilities were finished but not handed over to municipalities, which is a huge concern to the committee, and that must be attended to as a matter of urgency once these facilities can be finalized and handed over to municipalities. On proposed recommendations, the committee recommends the following, and all these recommendations should be responded by the 30th of October 2020. Provide the committee with operational plans to ensure that these monuments are functional, ensure that all these facilities are handed over to municipalities, consent for them to provide with necessary security, engage with DID to ensure that contractors that have not performed to require standards should not be reappointed to other projects. Engage the provincial treasury to fund, for them to fund owed to the subcontractor for the Women Living Heritage Monument to release the heritage and artwork, submit a business plan to treasury with all outstanding work for the Women Living Heritage Monument project closure, ensure that the Wipatong Monument and Youth Center defects are attended to for the facility to be operational, provide the committee with plans to ensure that the youth component of the Wipatong Monument is equipped, resolve the dispute between the different stakeholders and the community of Wipatong regarding the employment of locals in the facility, including the 5 women who have been part of the project since inception. Invest on the memorial component of Kagiso Memorial and Recreation Center and ensure that the research on the memorial park is completed. Ensure that the company awarded the tender to construct the Kagiso Memorial and Recreation Center is held accountable for poor workmanship. Institute an investigation on the 6.6 million paid to a service provider for the heritage component of Kagiso Monument. Provide the committee with progress report on the case opened for the 5 computers that were stolen from Wipatong Monument and Youth Center. Engage the provincial treasury on increasing the operational cost of all monuments and provide the committee with a status report. Should conduct an infrastructure audit of all outstanding departmental infrastructure and provide the committee with a status report. Institute a process of getting back special projects from the Department of Infrastructure Development to be executed internally, notwithstanding the Immovable Property Act 94 of 1965. Provide the committee with a progress report. On acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge the MEC as well as Chief Director Charmaine Botha. I would also want to acknowledge the MEC for TID, Memotara, as well as the MEC for Treasury, Rally Hoko, and their officials for attending our roundtable discussion. Further, I would want to acknowledge the participation of the chairperson of DID, Ntate Modise, and the chairperson of the Finance Committee, Ntate Mpisi, for also taking part during the process of our FIS. Further acknowledgement goes to members of the committee as well as the staff of the committee for their continuous diligent work on these particular programs. On adoption in accordance with Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2C, read together with Rule 165, the Portfolio Committee would like the House to adopt the FIS report that speaks to the stimulate economic development in the province, considering all the concerns and recommendations as tabled. Chair of Chairs, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matseke, for your presentation. May I check if there's any seconder to the report?
Member Adam seconds, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dalton. Is it, yeah, is it Honorable Dalton that have just seconded? Okay. Thank you very much. I now pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Thank you very much.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you please read the next, call the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Health Committee FIS report emanating from the year 2020 to the year 2021, Gauteng Department of Health budget vote for report assessing the effectiveness of the provision of laundry services in the district hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honorable Dr. Dikhamela, please present the FIS report.
Ke a leboga mohlomphegi modulasetulo wa baduladitulo. Mohlomphegi modulasetulo wa lefapha la maphelo ngaka R Phaladidi Dikhamela legatong la lefapha ke bea report ya lefapha mabapi le FIS yeo e tsweletšego go ngwaga wa ditšhelete wa 2020-2021 budget vote e balegago ka tsela e. Go hlahlofa the effectiveness of provision of laundry services in the district hospital. Fa o nka sebaleng mo kgorong e hlomphegago mohlomphegi modulasetulo, ke kgopela gore kgoro e tšee dikarolo tšeo gore di badilwe le kgono. The proposed topic falls under Program 7 on healthcare support of the Department of Health. Despite the highest percentage of budget on this sub-program, the committee has raised concerns regarding the shortage of linen during the oversight visit. Excuse me. The department prepared, sent, and presented the report on the responses to the resolutions on the report for the FIS within the required time frame. Controls within the department have proven to be adequate to ensure compliance with the necessary requirements of the FIS. According to the SOM and practice within the GPL, there are different approaches that committees may undertake in the implementation of their respective FIS processes. This may include, but not limited to, stakeholder engagement, document analysis, literature review, interviews, questionnaire, and oversight visits. While oversight visits are a useful mechanism of assisting the committee to obtain in-depth information on FIS, it is advisable to combine it with other mechanisms depending on the nature of the study. For the purpose of this, the current study and the campaign, committee opted to engage with the relevant stakeholders through stakeholder engagement session. Modulasetulo wa baduladitulo, on oversight, the department delivered and presented on the oversight, presented the FIS topic, and the following areas were noted: that the Gauteng Provincial Health Department has 5 laundries servicing all health facilities within the province, that the total beds amount to 17,782, and the number of beds serviced per laundry is as follows. Masakane Provincial Laundry, it is servicing 8,004 beds. Danswart Provincial Laundry is servicing 4,532 beds. Chris Hani Baragwanath Provincial Laundry is servicing 3,448 beds. Johannesburg Laundry Provincial is servicing 2,100, and the Eden Vale Laundry is servicing 1,096 beds. The total number of clinic services by these laundries are 360 in the province. The committee noted the lack of maintenance of laundry equipment due to the appointment of incompetent contractors. An intervention that has been put in place in this regard is to appoint GMR2 safety officers and house engineers. Regarding the refurbishment of old link extractors, it was recommended that the implementing agent, which is DID, will be requested to fast-track its procurement processes. The department raised a challenge on limited infrastructure and insufficient resources and recommended that existing laundries should be revitalized and the building of the new laundries should be considered. The issue of staff establishment that does not match the current services was also raised. This was noted to be due to the service demand that is increasing due to the additional clinics and hospitals that were built while the population in the province has also increased. On stakeholder engagement session, Modula Stulo Abadula Ditulo, the committee held a stakeholder engagement session in order to gain more insight on the functioning as well as the challenges faced by the laundry facilities. The following was noted from the session: that the Gauteng Department of Health has 2 autonomous laundries, being Masakane Provincial Laundry and Danswar Provincial Laundry, and the 3 that are non-autonomous are Chris Hanibara, Johannesburg Provincial Laundry, and Edenvale Laundry. The budget is managed by the host hospital, and yet no presentations on it was done during the budget bilateral. There is no true reflection on expenditure because nothing is captured on goods and services by the host hospital except for the compensation of employees' budget. The following were noted with regard to procurement, which are the challenges: delay in the procurement of laundry chemicals and other laundry consumables, delay in procurement of carbolic soaps for laundry workers, laundry chemicals transversal contract costs being higher and too expensive to maintain. The following ICT challenges were also noted that were poor network connectivity or no network at all, while the current and the recent machine they use that network. Some machines or 10 tunnel washers have to be connected to the network for software update. Managers cannot procure laptops to use as tools of trade. The following challenges were noted for logistics: poor management of trucks that are delivering the linen in health facilities in Gauteng, non-replacement of trucks, non-compliance to OHS prescripts by using open trucks for linen collection. And the following challenges were also noted with regard to facilities: non-replenishment of linen by facilities and linen audit, poor maintenance of machines, poor staff establishment, non-replacement of machines or condemned laundry equipment such as tunnel washers, washer extractors, and water treatment plants. Then there was a presentation by the Department of Infrastructure in the session. And the Gauteng Department delivered a presentation on laundry services and the role of DID. The following was noted during the session. DID was noted as being to observe and engage on the infrastructure maintenance challenges that are raised by the laundry managers and the hospital CEOs. Further, DID is responsible for the purchasing and maintenance of laundry equipment and support, which includes continuous batch washers, ironing liners, washer extractors, standalone dryers, including supporting services of the compressor plants, steam generators. DID cited the following challenges: non-availability of spares. Majority of the laundry equipment used are imported, and some of these machines were installed in 1970s. When the replacement parts are required, the outsourcing is done through original equipment manufacturer. The procurement of these spares through the OEM normally have a lead time of 6 to more weeks. Some of the equipment is obsolete and have exited their 15 years lifespan as recommended by the manufacturers, and this causes delays in procuring the replacement parts. The unavailability of spares results in longer mean time to repair, compromising the availability and efficiency of the equipment. Availability of local service providers. In South Africa, there are few service providers with technical skills to repair and service the laundry equipment. With the current DID term contractors database, supply chain management find it difficult to provide the laundry services. The department has embarked on a phased replacement program of the laundry equipment and intends to replace obsolete equipment, including CPWs, ironing linen, and washer extractors. It was noted that to date, tender documents have been submitted to SCM to the value of 155 million. The bid specification committee set on the 14th of August to draft the specification, and the tender will be advertised in the coming month, meaning very soon. The replacement of the obsolete equipment will result in an improved laundry linen output in various laundry institutions. The committee noted that most of the defected equipment has exited their lifespan. Therefore, productivity is affected. DID will expedite the procurement of laundry equipment and ensure the appointment of competent maintenance service provider. On the overall assessment, the Chair of Chairs, while noting the presentation and deliberations that took place with the Department of Health in Gauteng, DID, and the laundry managers, the committee remains concerned with the outdated equipment that is observed across all laundries. Further to the outdated equipment, there is failure to ensure proper and competent maintenance to laundry equipment. The issue of lack of connectivity in some laundry was also concerning to the committee. As part of the modernization commitment by the province, the matter of non-connectivity and no outgoing telephone lines in laundry facilities requires urgent attention by the Gauteng Department of Health. The committee notes that the infrastructure maintenance to building, drainage, ablution roofs that were stated as concerns across most laundries. DID is requested to initiate a maintenance program as well as speedy appointment of service provider for water treatment and fire equipment, as this is a statutory requirement. On findings, recommendations, implications, the committee is concerned on the outdated equipment, poor connectivity as such. On recommendation, the proper plan with timelines on the equipment replacement program as well as the maintenance of equipment in laundries is required by the 30th of October 2020, as well as other problems that were mentioned. The filling of vacancies where possible under budget constraints is important. Plans to cap the delays in the procurement of laundry chemicals and other laundry consumables. The plans to be implemented by hospitals to ensure that linen sent to laundries does not contain sharp objects that also contributing towards endangering the functionality of the machines and also affecting the health, could affect the health of those who are working in the laundry. The timeline to ensure IT and telephone connectivity in all laundry facilities is also imperative. On acknowledgements, Mudula Stulo wishes to thank honorable members, wishes to thank honorable acting MEC and the team, acting MEC Mamabulo and the team led by HOD Prof. Lukele for the preparation and presentation and efforts taken in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions raised by honorable members of the committee. Appreciations goes to committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee for dedication and commitment. And those are Mhlomphehi Lasindwa, Mhlomphehi Takile, Mhlomphehi Mabunda, Mhlomphehi Bloom, Mhlomphehi Fuchs, Mhlomphehi Mabala, Mhlomphehi Dilange, and Mhlomphehi Ghana. I would like to acknowledge the support staff for the sterling work they have done through the committee led by Group Coordinator Z Mpanchwa on adoption in accordance with Rule 1172C read together with Rule 165. The Portfolio Committee on Health recommends that the FIS report on assessing the effectiveness of provision of laundry services in the district hospital emanating from the 2020-2021 budget vote for report on the Gauteng Department of Health be adopted by the House, taking into account the recommendations made in this report. Ke a leboga modulasetulo wa baduladitulo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dikhamela. May I then check if there is any seconder to the adoption of the report?
Papa, I rest to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Papa. I now pose a question. All those in favor, please say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Say yes, have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Health Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Public Service Commissioner Report on the Constitutional Values and Principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honorable Member Dr. Dikhamela, please present your report, ma'am.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo wa baduladitulo. Legatong la Committee, Health Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Public Service Commission Report, Constitutional Values and Principles, read SPVP going forward. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature has a constitutional mandate to perform oversight over the departments. According to SOM, the Portfolio Committee has a legislative mandate to evaluate the efficiency of public service programs and sub-programs and the appropriation of financial resources, allocations, and management. The committee might hold a meeting with Chapter 10 institutions in order to address any challenges in the Department of Health. So, the Public Service Commission, which is Chapter 10 institution, is mandated to report on its activities in the provincial legislature. This is to promote CVPs in the public service under the provision of the Public Service Act of 1994. The Public Service Commission, through its previous service delivery, inspection, investigation, and research report and various media reporting, noted the citizens' dissatisfaction with the service provided by the Gauteng Department of Health in various hospitals and clinics. In the 2017, the Public Service Commission report, the department was found to not complying with the CVPs. The PSC, which is the Public Service Commission, has had several engagements with the current and former members of the Executive Council, head of department on some issues, particularly on ethical conduct, management and human resource, lack of consequences management, inefficiency, and ineffective use of resources, and citizen outcry on service delivery of health services. It was then further necessary that the PSC have the dialogue with the hospital management and employees of the selected hospital to ascertain their understanding of the CVPs in the execution of their daily duties. The PSC identified 5 hospitals under the supervision of the department to visit in order to promote this dialogue. The identified hospitals were Rahima Musa, Mother and Child Hospital, Peggy Mlangeni, Dr. George Mokari, Tembisa, and as well as Mamelodi Hospital. The Public Service Commission report was formally referred to the Portfolio Committee, and it was entertained by the Portfolio Committee. The Public Service Commission presented the following findings regarding the 5 mentioned hospitals. For Mamelodi Hospital, the burning issues were hospital infrastructure, human resource management, labor relations issues, and public participation. The Public Service Commission recommended that there should be collaboration between the PSC and Mamelodi Hospital regarding communication and engaging the MEC to ensure that the hospital board is adequately supported to respond to the needs of the community. On Dr. George Mokari Hospital, the following were found. Surgical backlog, this is in terms of the procedures that need to be done on patients. Labor relations, hospital management issues, long patients waiting time, health record challenges, hospital infrastructure problems, cleanliness and hygiene as well as quality assurance issues. Recommendations. The labor unions and hospital management should ensure that there is accountability and adherence to the departmental policies. Hospital management should attend to the resolutions of grievances in accordance with the prescribed rules on grievance procedures. The CEO should immediately attend to the fixing of the leaking pipes to avoid further damages to health records in the hospital. The proposed solution to address surgical backlog should be fast-tracked in consultation with the relevant hospitals around. Management to ensure that employees attend customer care courses in order to empower them when serving the patients. For Peggy Mlangeni, structural design of the hospital, human resource management, labor relations management were found to be problematic. Recommendations. Management should urgently engage the MEC and the HOD on the issues of treatment of psychiatric patients, as the hospital is not equipped to render services to such patients. The HOD is encouraged to promote a harmonious working relationships between the hospital management and the unions. The HOD, through his team, should facilitate the session on boosting the morale in the hospital in line with the MEC's employees' value proposition project. The labor union should use their multilaterals optimally to address most of the employees' concerns with hospital management. On Tembisa Hospital, the hospital infrastructure, overcrowding, human resources were the issues identified by the PSC. Recommendation, the CEO should have a discussion with the HOD regarding the review of the organizational structure of the hospital, taking into consideration the demand versus the supply. The CEO and the hospital board should explore mechanisms to deal with the scourge of substance abuse, which often leads to the high number of patients attended to in the hospital. Regarding Rahima Musa Mother and Child Hospital, the classification of the hospital seemed to be incorrect. Hospital infrastructure, clinical matters, hospital equipment, human resource communication, supply chain management, hospital finance, and functioning of the hospital board. Recommendations, the acting CEO should immediately bring the issue of the supply chain management and maintenance of the infrastructure to the HOD. The acting CEO should liaise with the HOD on the issue of the organizational structure and the department in the process to finalize its organizational structure. The Department of Health recommended by the PSC, the Gauteng Department of Health responded to the committee on the above raised recommendation. Responses were inclusive of the plans by relevant departments to address issues raised by the PSC. Quarterly meetings with PSC, Department of Health and Department of Infrastructure will be arranged to ensure that there is progress in addressing all the challenges raised by the report. Let me also say parts of the report that I would not be considered as read. The concerns, challenges in the 5 hospitals that were raised by the PSC, irregular appointment of the CFO that has since resigned in the Department of Health. This was raised by the PSC report. The appointment of service provider based in KwaZulu-Natal to provide toilet paper in Rahima Musa Mother and Child Hospital is a concern raised by the committee because that service provider now has to be given petrol money to come and deliver or go back home in KwaZulu-Natal. The outsourcing of nurses and doctors is a concern. Broken equipment in Rahima Musa, outsourcing of security. No details are given on township enterprises in terms of some of these things. Backlog on surgeries in Dr. Josh Mokari. Recommendation, the committee recommends that the Department of Health provide responses by the 30th of October regarding all the mentioned issues and how they will deal with issues that are raised in this report. Plans to improve functionality of hospital boards, including the use of one board for Rahima Musa and Helen Joseph Hospital. The explanation is expected. On adoption, Chair of Chairs, in accordance with Rule 1172C read together with Rule 164, the Health Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Public Service Commission on constitutional values and on Constitution's values and principles be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's concerns and recommendations made in this report. Ke a leboha modulasetulo wa baduladitulo.
Thank you very much, Modula Stulo. I then check if there's anyone who wants to second the report.
Madam Acting Chair, Member Jack Bloom to second the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bloom. I now pose the question. All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. All those not in favor, please say no. Thank you. The yes have it. I think that was the last item of the day. Today it was the last sitting of this term. We will be breaking for constituency work or for recess up until the second week of October. Our next sitting will be on the 20th of October 2020. With those words, I'd like to thank all members and request that everyone enjoys this break, and please be in your constituency. Please serve your people right. And of course, we'll see each other on the 20th of October. And I'd like to then adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, honorable members and all our staff members who assisted in making sure that this sitting is a success. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and bye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Bye. Enjoy your recess.
And thank
Bye,
you for
everyone.
creating PSF.
Bye. Thank you.